boondocks, which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radyo Pilipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gakutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
Good afternoon, learners. I'm so happy to be with you today. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on our TV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, our TV Channel 26, Facebook Live, and on Converge Cable TV Channel 100. I am Teacher Jackie Lutisugi, your teacher broadcaster for English 8. Broadcasting live here at Santa Ignacia, Tarlac, bringing you the hottest lesson on air. How are you today, dear learners? I hope that all of you are in good health and in a comfortable place together with your learning activity sheet as well as your pen and paper. As you listen and watch carefully, capture and list down the important notes and ideas as we explore our lesson. If you have questions and clarifications regarding our lesson today, just post them in the comment section if you're watching our FB Live. But if you are listening to the radio and watching TV, you may send your questions via text messaging or FB Messenger to your teacher. Get ready, 8th graders. I believe you are now prepared. Our exciting adventure will now begin with our topic for today. Today, we will tackle Quarter 4, Module 5, Developing Paragraphs that Illustrate Each Text Type, focusing on recount and persuasive text. At the end of this 25-minute learning process, you are expected to, first, define the different text types. Second, identify the text types illustrated in each sentence or paragraph. And develop paragraphs that illustrate a specific text type. Before we begin, let us first review how well you remember the lesson that you had with Teacher Ann last Tuesday. Let's answer this activity from your previous lesson. Let me read the instruction for you. Read each item carefully and identify whether the provided function of text type is expository or procedural. Write PR if the sentence is procedural and EX if expository. Write your answers on your answer sheet. Let's begin. Number 1. The writer details the reasons for an event or situation before discussing the effects. What is your answer? If your answer is EX, you are absolutely correct. Number 2. The writer provided the detailed instruction on how to cook chop suey. What is your answer to number 2? If your answer is PR, that's great. You are correct. Number 3. After identifying a problem in today's world, the writer possesses a possible solution. What is the answer to number 3? If your answer is EX, very good, you are correct. Number 4. The author provided a step-by-step instruction in accomplishing the task. What is your answer to number 4? If your answer is PR, you are amazing. Number 5. The writer discussed the mechanics and rules of the game. What is the answer to number 5? If your answer is PR, you are absolutely correct. How was your score? I hope everyone did well in this activity. Now, let's begin our new lesson. There are text types, and we will focus on recount and persuasive text. Let us first define recount. Recount retells past events, which may either be personal or factual. Recount writing is a style of writing that recalls an event or experience. They are usually based on the experience of the writer, and therefore, they're most often told from the first person. But this isn't always the case. Sometimes, they're told on behalf of someone else. Let us now proceed to personal recount. Personal recount retells past events that the writer was personally involved in. Diary entries and short personal memoirs are examples of personal recounts. This type of recount writing is also about writer's recollection of a particular event or experience. It's also what we do whenever we tell someone a story about something that happened to us. Let us check this example entitled Memories Last a Lifetime by Clarita Tresh. My family used to visit my grandparents' farm in the province. I had all the first-time experiences such as riding on a carabao, climbing fruit trees, swimming in the river, and pounding pinipig rice. I could not forget also how my mother cooked her special bibingka or rice cake for us. I felt that life in the farm was fun. It made me realize that happiness cannot only be found at the city, but also in the countryside. The other type of recount is factual recount. It retells events that also happened in real life but may not be about the writer himself or herself. News reports and witnesses' statements are examples of factual recount. The purpose of factual recount is to inform the reader about a particular event. An example of this is The Footsteps in the Moon written by Clarita Tresh. Riding in a spacecraft named Apollo 11, Neil Armstrong and company were determined to reach the moon. On July 20, 1969, they successfully made it. One giant leap for mankind. The historical line exclaimed by Neil Armstrong. This has been a tough challenge to an astronaut's mission that brought success to his nation. Such honor made him noteworthy. Carrying his nation's flag placed on the moon's surface was a victory. Let us now proceed to the persuasive text. Persuasive text intends to convince the readers or listeners to believe and perform a certain action or change mind. The main purpose of persuasive text is to present the point of view and seeks to persuade a reader. A persuasive text can be argument, exposition, discussion, review, or even an advertisement. For example, Trichelia White Beauty Soap by Clarita Tresh. Using Trichelia White Beauty Soap truly gives an amazing effect. It makes your skin look smooth and silky white. It contains glutathione and vitamin C. Hurry! Grab this product from stores nationwide and experience young-looking skin like no other. Did you like the topic for today? Very good! I am happy that you like it. Now, it's practice time. Let's move on to our Let Us Supply Activity 1. And I bet that you are ready. For our first activity, we are going to complete the table with the correct text type. Choose your answers from the box. Write your answers on your answer sheet. You can also type in your comment in the comment section if you are watching in our FB Live. I will read each sentence twice and you are given 3 seconds to think of your answer. Let's proceed to number 1. The example of this is a diary entry. These also tell stories that the writer was personally involved. The example of this is a diary entry. These also tell stories that the writer was personally involved. What text type is this? Correct! The answer is B, personal recount. Number 2. A news report is an example of this text type. These are also stories that happened in real life but may not be about the author. A news report is an example of this text type. These are also stories that happened in real life but may not be about the author. What is your answer to number 2? You are correct. The answer is C, factual recount. Number 3. One of the examples of this text type is a memoir. The purpose of this text type is to tell stories about an important part of life and written from the perspective of the writer. One of the examples of this text type is a memoir. The purpose of this text type is to tell stories about an important part of life and written from the perspective of the writer. What is the answer to number 3? That's great. The answer is B, personal recount. Number 4. Commercials are the examples of this text type. Its purpose is to influence the reader's mind and perform a certain action. Commercials are the example of this text type. Its purpose is to influence the reader's mind and perform a certain action. What text type is this? If your answer is A, persuasive text, excellent, you are correct. And for the last number in activity 1, number 5. An advertisement is an example of this text type. The purpose is to convince readers and believe on the author's idea. An advertisement is an example of this text type. The purpose is to convince readers and believe on the author's idea. What is your answer to number 5? That's great. The answer is letter A, persuasive text. How was your score? Did you get a perfect score? Excellent, grade 8 learners. But if you did not get a perfect score, do not worry because there is still room for improvement. And we still have more activities to accomplish. With that, we will now move on to our next activity and let me read the directions. Match the text type in column A to its definition in column B. Write your answers on your answer sheet. I will read each text type and its choices once, and you have 3 seconds to think of your answer. Number 1. Persuasive text. Is it letter A? It retells events that also happened in real life but may not be about the writer himself or herself. Letter B. It intends to convince the readers or listeners to believe and perform a certain action or change mind. Or letter C. It retells past events that the writer was personally involved in. What is your answer to number 1? If your answer is letter B, you are correct. Number 2. Personal recount. Is it letter A? It retells events that also happened in real life but may not be about the writer himself or herself. Letter B. It intends to convince the readers or listeners to believe, perform a certain action, or change mind. Or letter C. It retells past events that the writer was personally involved in. What is the definition of this text type? If your answer is letter C in number 2, you are absolutely correct. Number 3. Factual recount. Is it letter A? It retells events that also happened in real life but may not be about the writer himself or herself. Or letter B. It intends to convince the readers or listeners to believe and perform a certain action or change mind. Or letter C. It retells past events that the writer was personally involved in. What is the answer to number 3? The correct answer to number 3 is letter A. I hope you got it right, grade 8. How was your score? I hope everyone did well in this activity. Let us now proceed to our next activity and let me read the directions. Categorize the examples provided inside the box according to its text type. Write your answers on your answer sheet. I will read each text types and each choices once, and you are given 3 seconds to think of your answer. Let's now proceed to number 1. The text type is persuasive text. Is it letter A, witness statement? Or letter B, is online on homeschool an effective way to learn? Or letter C, short personal memoir? What is the exact example for number 1? If your answer is letter B, very good, you are correct. Number 2, personal recount. What is the exact example for this text type? Is it letter A, witness statement? Letter B, is online on homeschool an effective way to learn? Letter C, short personal memoir. What is the answer? If your answer is letter C, excellent, you got the correct answer. And for the last number in activity 2.1, factual recount. What is the exact example for this text type? Is it A, witness statement? B, is online on homeschool an effective way to learn? Or letter C, short personal memoir? What is the answer? Very good. The answer is letter A. How was your score in activity 2.1? Did you get a perfect score? Excellent, grade 8 learners. We will now proceed to our next activity, and let me read the directions. Identify what text type is being expressed in each paragraph. Choose your answer inside the box. Write your answers on your answer sheet. I will read each paragraph once, and you are given 5 seconds to think of your answer. I had once visited a place last Holy Week. I was amazed by the environment. I love its calm and peaceful scenery. Whenever I saw the trees, flowers, and birds, they gave me the feeling of happiness. I felt relief from stress. That place gave me the comfort and relaxation I needed. What text type was expressed in the paragraph? If your answer is letter B, you are correct. Number 2. On Children's Day in 1999, a technology company treated more than 200 unprivileged children to a high-tech experience. They were given training on information technology. What is the answer to number 2? The answer is letter C. I hope you got the correct answer. Number 3. I spent my day at home most of the time, washing and disinfecting my hands every now and then, and ate healthy foods. I also make myself productive, do my modules or classes in the morning, helping around the house and spending time with my family. What is your answer to number 3? If your answer is letter B, you are correct. Number 4. Should students eat breakfast every day? Skipping breakfast is very common to young people. They think it is not necessary. However, I believe that eating breakfast is important to start the day right. The following are the advantages of having breakfast. It gives your body energy and strength and makes your brain function well. On the other hand, missing breakfast will lead to a lot of health problems. So, now is the right time to start eating breakfast to stay healthy and productive. What text type was expressed in the paragraph? Exactly, the answer is letter A. And the last number for this activity, number 5. The community pantry of essential goods that first emerged along a street in Quezon City has spread in other areas in and out of Metro Manila. Many persons praise such effort as a form of community spirit, where strangers help strangers during the COVID-19 pandemic. But at the same time, they see it as a critique of the government's response to the coronavirus, which they feel is not reaching the people who need the help the most. We are here to remind each other that we can rely on one another. After all, we can't really rely on anyone else. What is your answer? If you answer letter C, excellent, you are correct. Before I present to you your post-listening activity, let's have a review of our discussion. The first text type that we discuss is recount. It retells past events, which may either be personal or factual. On the other hand, the personal recount retells past events that the writer was personally involved in. Diary entries and short personal memoirs are examples of personal recounts, while factual recounts retells events that also happened in real life but may not be about the writer himself or herself. News reports and witness statements are examples of factual recounting. And for the persuasive text, it intends to convince the readers or listeners to believe, perform a certain action, or change mind. Commercials and advertisement are examples of persuasive text. And for our post-listening or viewing activity, you are going to choose one from the following writing tasks. Note the rubric for evaluating your written output. Write your answers on your answer sheet. The following are the writing tasks. Number 1, write a personal recount in the form of a diary. Number 2, make a personal recount on the topic COVID vaccination in the Philippines. And number 3, write a 5-sentence persuasive text about your stand on the use of cell phone in the classroom. Here is the rubric for your activity. The first component is structure. 3 points if your output has logical sentences with clear main idea and supporting idea. 2 points if it has 3 to 4 logical sentences with clear main idea and supporting details. And 1 point if it has 1 to 2 sentences with main idea but lacks supporting details. And the second component is content and language features. 3 points if your output has 5 sentences that give factual information with definition or explanation of the keywords used. 2 points if it has 3 to 4 sentences that give factual information with definition or explanation of the keywords used. And 1 point if it has 1 to 2 sentences attempt to give factual information or explanation of the keywords used. Our lesson in English 8 has just ended. You may now start working on the activities of the learning activity sheet to enhance your skills. Start answering the post-listening activity by simply following the instructions. If you find it hard to do the other activities, you may ask a family member to help you, or you may ask your teacher to explain it more to you. Time flies really fast. 25 minutes of fun learning is just like 25 seconds. Take this quotation from Satyanani as your takeaway. A little progress each day adds up to big results. Always remember to enjoy while learning. Until our next discovery, grade 8. Once again, you are tuned in at Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC 8-8 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, RTV Channel 26, Facebook Live, and on Converge Cable TV Channel 100. Again, this is Teacher Jackie Lutisugi, your teacher broadcaster. God bless everyone!
Ang ASEAN-New Zealand Afforestation Project o ANZAP ay sumusunod at umaayon sa isa sa 5 haligi ng Provincial Government of Tarlac, kalikasan muna. Although Tarlac is landlocked, the province is teeming with natural resources and beauty, and we TarlakHenyos are the stewards of this bounty.
upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya. Nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Poson para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZDZ 828, Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province, hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at DCTZ Radio Filipino Tarlac. At ngayong araw ay matutunghayan ninyo ang remote live broadcast para sa isa na namang pag-aaral ng isang leksyon sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8 dito lamang sa Barangay Tibag. Magandang araw. Narito na naman tayo nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi upang maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta na kayo mga ginigilog kong mag-aral? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi at patuloy na pag-aaral sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako nga pala ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Ginang Christy L. Castillo, at naririto akong muli upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang ating paksang aralin ngayon tungkol sa pandaigdigang organisasyon, alyansa at pangkat. At sa lahat ng ating mga mag-aaral na nasa ika-8 baitang, sa patnubay ng inyong mga magulang, kung meron kayong nais linawin o katanungan tungkol sa ating talakayan sa araw na ito, maaari kayong mag-text sa numerong naka-flash sa inyong screen. At sa lahat ng ating taga-subaybay, tagapakinig ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at DCTZ Radio Pilipino Tarlac, narito ang aking numero, 0921-25-225-24. Kaya, ano pang hinihintay ninyo? At text na. At bago natin simulan ang ating panibagong aralin sa araw na ito, kailangan muna ninyong malaman kung ano nga ba ang dapat gawin para magkaroon ng isang kaaya-ayang pakikinig at panonood sa ating remote live broadcast. Narito ang mga dapat ninyong gawin. Una, siguraduhin na kayo ay nasa komportableng lugar habang nakasubaybay. Ikalawa, ihanda ang inyong module, papel at ballpen na gagamitin sa ating pag-aaral. Ikatlo, iwasan ang paggawa ng ibang bagay at ituon ang sarili sa paksang tatalakayin. Sigurado kong alam ninyong lahat ang mga nabanggit kong dapat gawin para magkaroon ng mas kaaya-ayang pakikinig sa araw na ito. At bago tayo dumako sa panibagong aralin, atin munang balikan ang leksyong na pag-aralan ninyo noong nakaraang linggo, at ito ay ang tungkol sa Cold War at neokolonyalismo. At base sa inyong natalakay, natutunan ninyo ang mga sumusunod. Ang mga pamamaraan at uri ng neokolonyalismo at epekto ng neokolonyalismo. Una, natutunan ninyo na ang neokolonyalismo ay nangangahulugan ng bago at ibang anyo ng pananakop at ipinapakita ito sa 3 paraan. Ikalawa, mayroong 5 uri ng neokolonyalismo. Ekonomiko, kultural, dayuhang tulong o foreign aid, dayuhang pautang o foreign debt, at lihim na pagkilos o covert operation. Pangatlo, ekonomiko. Nagpapalaganap ito sa kunwaring tulong tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng kalagayang pangkabuhayan ng bansa. Kultural, nagbago ang mga likas na pananaw at paniniwala ng mga bansa. Dayuhang tulong o foreign aid, isa pang instrumento ng neokolonyalismo ang nakapaloob na tulong, maaari itong pang-ekonomiya, pang-kultural o pang-militar. Dayuhang pautang o foreign debt. Ano bang pautang na ibibigay ng IMF o World Bank ay laging may kaakibat na kondisyon. Lihim na pagkilos o covert operation. Kung hindi mapasunod ng mapayapa, gumagawa ng paraan ang neokolonyalista upang guluhin ang isang pamahalaan o ibagsak ito ng tuluyan. Natutunan din ninyo ang naging apat ang naging epekto ng neokolonyalismo. Ito ay mga sumusunod. Uperdependence o labis na pagpapakandili, loss of identity o kawalan ng pagkakakilanlan, loss of pride o kawalan ng karangalan, at continued enslavement o patuloy na pagkakaalipin. Alam ko na naalala pa ninyong lahat ang mga nabanggit kong teksto at kaalaman ukol sa ating nakaraang talakayan. Ngayong araw ay handa na ba kayo sa isa na namang makabuluhang aralin? Game na ba kayo na matuto sa araw na ito, sa Araling Panlipo ng Grade 8? At dito lamang yan sa Aral TarlakHenyo. At ngayong araw ay pag-uusapan natin ang paksang aralin na may pamagat na mga pandaigdigang organisasyon, pangkat at alyansa. At bilang gabay sa pag-aaral ninyo sa araw na ito, narito ang Most Essential Learning Competency. Napapahalagahan ang bahaging ginagampanan ng mga pandaigdigang organisasyon sa pagsusulong ng pandaigdigang kapayapaan. At bago tayo dumako sa pagtatalakay ng panibagong aralin, ay magkakaroon muna tayo ng isang simpleng gawain. Pero alam ko na magugustuhan ninyo ang gawain na ito. Handa na ba kayo? Narito ang panuto para sa isang gawain na tinutukoy ko. Una ng mga nawawalang titik para mabuo ang salita. Handa na ba kayo? Para sa unang bilang, bibigyan ko kayo ng 3 segundo bawat bilang para sagutin. At ilagay ang inyong sagot sa ating comment box. Ano kaya ang tamang sagot para sa bilang na ito? Ano kaya ang mabubuong salita? Naisip niyo na ba kung ano mga nawawalang letra? At ang tamang sagot ay Islamic. Binabati ko ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot sa ating unang bilang. Tayo na ay magpapatuloy para sa ikalawang bilang. Ano kaya ang tamang sagot? At ang tamang sagot ay Southeast. Dumako na tayo sa ikatlong bilang. Para sa ikatlong bilang, ang tamang sagot ay Pacific. Sa lahat ng mga nakakakuha ng tamang sagot, ako'y natutuwa at binabati ko kayo. Dumako na tayo sa ika-4 na bilang. Ano kaya ang salitang ito? Mukhang napakadali ng salitang ito. At ang tamang sagot ay bank. Ika-5 bilang. Tapos na ang inyong 3 segundo at ang tamang sagot ay European. Para sa ika-6 na bilang. At ang tamang sagot ay trade. Susunod. So ayan ang mga nabuo ninyong mga salita. Islamic, Southeast, Pacific, Bank, European, at Trade. Ang tanong, ano nga bang kinalaman ng mga nabanggit kong salita sa talakayan natin sa araw na ito? Ang mga nabanggit na salita ay makikita sa pangalan ng mga iba't ibang pandaigdigang organisasyon. Unahin natin pag-usapan ang mga tanyag na pandaigdigang organisasyon. Nang matapos ang ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig, dumanas ng kahirapan ang mga bansa na nasalanta ng digmaan. Karamihan sa mga pandaigdigang alyansa ay nabuo matapos ang ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig na pinangunahan ng Organisasyong United Nations. At hindi kaila na walang sino man o alinmang bansa na uunlad kung nag-iisa lamang. Naniniwala ba kayo sa kasabihang ito? Dahil kinakailangan niyang makipag-ugnayan sa ibang bansa upang makamit niya ang wala o kakulangan niya. Gabay ng ganitong pangangailangan ng isang uri ng pagtutulungan ang maitatag upang matugunan ang pangangailangan ng bawat isa. Iba't ibang samahang pangrehiyon ang sumibol at patuloy pa rin sa pagtutulungan sa kasalukuyang panahon. At sa mabilis na takbo ng pamumuhay, iba't ibang suliranin at issue ang nakakaharap ng mga bansa. Bukod sa United Nations, marami pang organisasyong pandaigdig na nabuo na may layuning pagbigkisin ang mga bansa upang matamo ang pandaigdigang kapayapaan at kaunlaran. Ngayon ay atin nang isa-isahin ang mga tanyag na pandaigdigang organisasyon. Una na dyan ang tinatawag nating EU o European Union. Makikita ninyo na naka-flash sa inyong screen ang logo ng EU o European Union. Ano nga ba ang layunin ng nasabing organisasyon? Ang Unyong Europeo ay isang pang-ekonomiko at pampolitikal na unyon ng 27 malalayang bansa. Ito ang pinakamalaking kompederasyon ng mga malalayang estado na itinatag sa ilalim ng pangalang iyon noong 1992. Ang mga aktibidad ng Unyong Europeo ay sumasakop sa patakarang ekonomiya sa ugnayang panlabas, tanggulan, pagsasaka, at kalakalan. Inulit ko, ang nabanggit ko ay ang layunin ng EU o European Union. At isa rin sa mga tanyag na pandaigdigang organisasyon ay ang OAS or ang Organization of American States. Ano nga ba ang layunin ng samahang ito? Ang Samahan ng mga Estadong Amerikano ay isang pandaigdigang samahang nakabase sa Washington, D.C., Estados Unidos. Mayroon itong 35 kasaping nagsasariling estado ng Amerika. Layon nitong makamit ang kapayapaan at hustisya. Itaguyod ang pagkakaisa ng mga estadong kasapi, patatagin ang kanilang pagtutulungan, pangalagaan ang kanilang otonomiya at ang kanilang kalayaan. Yan ay ang OAS o Organization of American States. Susunod ay ang OIC at ang ibig sabihin nito ay Organization of Islamic Cooperation. At bakit nga ba nabuo ang OIC? Ang OIC ay isang international na organisasyon ng 75 estado o 77 estado. Ito ay samahan ng mga bansang Muslim na naglalayong siguruhin at protektahan ang interes mula sa pamamagitan ng pagsulong ng kapayapaang pandaigdig at pagkakaunawaan. Ulit ko, yan ay ang layunin ng OIC or Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Susunod naman na makikita nyo na logo na naka-flash on yung screen ay ang ASEAN o tinatawag na Association of Southeast Asian Nations. At makikita ninyo na kabilang sa organisasyong ito ang ating bansa, ang bansang Pilipinas. Ang ASEAN o ang kapisanan ng mga bansa sa Timog Silangang Asya o mas kilala bilang ASEAN ay isang organisasyong geopolitikal, ekonomikal at pangkultura ng mga bansa sa Timog Silangang Asya. Ang layunin ng samahang ito ay maitaguyod ang paglago ng ekonomiya, kaunlarang panlipunan, pagsulong ng mga kultura ng bawat kasaping bansa, at pagpapalaganap ng kapayapaang panrelihiyon. At yan ay ang ASEAN or Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Ngayon naman ay dumako tayo sa paglalarawan ng mga pang-ekonomikong organisasyon at trading blocs. Nariyan ang tinatawag nating World Bank. Ang World Bank ay isang pandaigdigang bangko na nagbibigay ng tulong, pananalapi at teknikal sa mga bansang umuunlad para sa mga programang pangkaunlaran tulad ng tulay, kalsada, paaralan, at iba pa na may layunin ng pagpapababa ng antas ng kahirapan. Yan ay ang World Bank. Nandyan din ang IMF or International Monetary Fund. Ito ay isang organisasyong international na pinagkakatiwalaang mamahala sa pandaigdigang sistema sa pananalapi sa pamamagitan ng pagmasid sa mga bansa o sa pagmasid sa halaga ng palitan at balanse ng mga kabayaran. Gayon din ang pag-alok ng technical at pinansyal na tulong kapag hihingi ang isang bansa. Yan ay ang IMF o ang International Monetary Fund. At ang pinakahuli ay ang WTO or World Trade Organization. Ito ay isang organisasyong pandaigdig na itinatag upang pamahalaan at magbigay ng kalayaan sa kalakalang pang-internasyonal. Ang WTO ay nabuo noong ika-1 ng Enero 1995, kahalili ng pangkahalatang kasunduan sa mga taripa at kalakalan o tinatawag nating GATT. Inuulit ko, yan ay ang mga tanyag na pandaigdigang organisasyon at ang mga ekonomikong organisasyon at tinatawag nating trading blocs. Sa aking tekstong aking ipinaliwanag, natutunan ninyo ang mga sumusunod. Ang mga tanyag na pandaigdigang organisasyon at mga pang-ekonomikong organisasyon at trading blocs. At bago tayo dumako sa pagsasagot ng inyong gawain para sa araw na ito, isa-isahin nating muli ang lahat ng mga mahalagang impormasyon tungkol sa mga nabanggit kong mga paksang aralin. Heto na ang mga dapat tandaan tungkol sa ating talakayan sa araw na ito. Una, ang mga aktibidad ng European Union ay sumasakop sa patakarang publiko, patakarang ekonomiya sa ugnayang panlabas, tanggulan, pagsasaka, at kalakalan. Pangalawa, layunin ng Organization of American States or OAS ang makamit ang kapayapaan at hustisya, itaguyod ang pagkakaisa ng mga estadong kasapi, patatagin ang kanilang pagtutulungan, pangalagaan ang kanilang autonomiya, ang kanilang teritoryo, at ang kanilang kalayaan. Ikatlo, ang Organization of Islamic Cooperation or OIC ay samahan ng mga bansang Muslim na naglalayong siguruhin at protektahan ang interes mula sa pamamagitan ng pagsusulong ng kapayapaang pandaigdig at pagkakaunawaan. Pang-apat, layunin ng Association of Southeast Asian Nations o ASEAN ang maitaguyod ang paglago ng ekonomiya, kaunlarang panlipunan, pagsulong ng mga kultura ng bawat kasapi at pagpapalaganap ng kapayapaang panrehiyon. Ikalima na dapat ninyong tandaan, maliban sa mga tanyag na pandaigdigang organisasyon, mayroong tinatawag na mga pang-ekonomikong organisasyon at trading blocs. Ika-anim, ito ay binubuo ng World Bank, International Monetary Fund, at World Trade Organization. Ikapito, may mahalagang papel ang ginampanan o may mahalagang papel na ginampanan ang mga pandaigdigang organisasyon, hakbang tungo sa kapayapaan at kaunlaran ng mga bansang kasapi nito. Tandaan ninyong lahat ang aking mga nabanggit tungkol sa pagtatalakay ng unang bahagi ng ating paksang-aralin tungkol sa mga pandaigdigang organisasyon, pangkat at alyansa. At ngayon ay handa ang inyong kwaderno at ballpen para sa inyong gawain. Isulat ang inyong pangalan, antas at pangkat at petsa ngayong araw. Magsisimula na tayo. Kailangan nyo lamang isa-isahin ang mga sagot sa aking katanungan. Handa na ba kayo? Mukhang handa na kayo. Kung gayon ay pakinggan ninyong mabuti ang mga tanong na aking babasahin at isulat ang inyong mga sagot sa inyong sagutang papel. At para sa ating gawain, narito ang panuto. Inuulit ko, ihanda ang inyong kwaderno at ballpen para sa inyong gawain. Isulat ang inyong pangalan, antas at pangkat at petsa ngayong araw. Kung hawak din ninyo ang inyong mga learning activity sheets, sana ay nasusundan ninyo ang aking panuto. Basahing mabuti ang bawat pahayag. Isulat kung anong pandaigdigang organisasyon ang tinutukoy sa bawat bilang. Para sa unang bilang, ito ay isang pang-ekonomiko at pampolitikal na unyon ng 27 malalayang bansa. At kayo'y bibigyan ko ng 3 segundo para sagutin ang bawat bilang. At para sa katanungang ito, ang tamang sagot ay European Union. Sa mga nakakuha ng tamang sagot, kayo ay binabati ko. Sa ating mga taga-subaybay, maaari niyong isulat or i-type ang inyong mga sagot sa ating comment box o sa ating comment section. Para sa ikalawang bilang, ito ay samahang nakabase sa Washington, D.C., Estados Unidos at mayroong 35 kasaping nagsasariling estado ng Amerika. Ano kaya ang tamang sagot? At ang tamang sagot ay Organization of American States or OAS. Kung sinagot niyo ay acronyms, yan ay tama din. Para sa susunod na bilang, ito ay isang international na organisasyon ng 57 estado at samahan ng mga bansang Muslim. Ang sagot ay OIC or Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Susunod, ito ay isang organisasyong geopolitical, economical, at pangkultura ng mga bansa sa Timog Silangang Asya, kung saan kabilang ang bansang Pilipinas. Ano kaya ang tamang sagot? Para sa bilang na to, ang sagot ay Association of Southeast Asian Nations or ASEAN. Para sa susunod na bilang, ikalimang bilang, ito ay isang pandaigdigang bangko na nagbibigay ng tulong pananalapi at teknikal. At ang tamang sagot ay World Bank. Nakukuha ba ninyo ang tamang sagot? Kung gayon, kayo ay binabati ko. Para sa ika-6 na bilang, ito ay isang organisasyong international na pinagkatiwalaang mamahala sa pandaigdigang sistema sa pananalapi. At ang tamang sagot ay IMF or International Monetary Fund. At sa ika-7 bilang, at ito na ang pinakahuling bilang para sa inyong gawain sa araw na ito. Ito ay tinatag upang pamahalaan at magbigay ng kalayaan sa kalakalang pang-international. At ang tamang sagot ay WTO o World Trade Organization. Binabati ko ang lahat ng mga mag-aaral na nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Sa mga hindi naman, kayo ay maaari pang makabawi sa ating susunod na gawain. Nagustuhan niyo ba ang inyong maikling pagsusulit sa araw na ito? Ako ay natutuwang malaman yan. Isang bahagi ng ating leksyon ng ating natapos talakayin. Upang magkaroon ng ideya sa susunod na tatalakayin ay maaari ninyong basahin ang inyong Module 6 at basahin at pag-aralan ang paksang iba pang mga organisasyong pandaigdig. At para sa inyong takdang aralin, ito ay naka-flash sa screen. Organisasyon mo, ipaglaban mo. Ito ay gawain 5 at ito ay nasa pahina 12 ng inyong Module 6. Ipasa ang inyong mga sagot sa inyong Google Classroom o sa Messenger account ng inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan 8 o maaari din ninyo itong ipasa sa inyong guro personal pagpunta nyo sa inyong paaralan. At bilang pagwawakas para sa araw na ito, ako'y mag-iiwan ng isang kataga mula kay HENYO na nagsasabing, working together as a team helps build a cohesive organization. Na nangangahulugang ang pagtutulungan at pagkakaisa ay mahalaga para sa pagkakamit ng pandaigdigang kaunlaran. At para sa napapanahong suliranin ng ating bansa ngayong pandemic, kailangan natin na magtulungan para sa ikauunlad ng ating bansa. Sana ay huwag ninyong kalimutan ang lahat ng mga mahalagang leksyon na natutunan ninyo sa araw na ito at sikapin itong ibahagi ito sa iba. Inaasahan ko na marami kayong natutunan sa araw na ito. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Ginang Christy L. Castillo, na nagsasabing at nag-iiwan sa inyo na ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan para o sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Magandang araw sa inyo at hanggang sa muli.
Handa ka na bang pumasok sa mundo ng sports? Kung ready ka na, welcome sa headquarters ng Usapang Sports, Sports Minded. Saksihan ang inspiring, unfiltered moments kasama ang mga paborito mong athletes and sports legends at ang mga secrets to win mula mismo sa mga bigating coaches. Sports Minded. Uplifting stories. Breathtaking adventures. And real-life conversations on and off the court. This is your exclusive access to the celebrities of sports. Sports Minded. Sports Minded. Sports Minded. Sabado, alas 11 ng umaga sa Radyo Pilipino at alas 12 ng tanghali sa 1FM. Mapapanood rin sa Radyo Pilipino at 1FM Facebook pages. Sports Minded. Sports Minded. Sports Minded.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radio Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
afternoon. Welcome back to another educational adventure. I am grateful that you are watching and listening to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC 828 Radio Pilipino Tarlac. We are also streaming live via our Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac Channel 26. I am Alona Emdris, your teacher broadcaster in TLE Cosmetology Grade 8, broadcasting live at La Paz National High School. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. I hope that you are doing well. And to our dear parents and guardians, thank you for your unwavering support to your children. To our dear learners, get ready to listen and stay focused. Now, dear students, are you ready to enjoy it? Are you ready to enjoy and learn something new? But before we start, please make sure that you are in a comfortable place away from any distraction. Check your connections as well as your speakers or headsets so you could hear me loud and clear. And of course, don't forget to prepare your ballpen, paper, and compendium of notes in Cosmetology 8. Please leave your names, sections, and school in the chat box so that your subject teacher are aware that you are taking part in today's discussion. So if you have questions about our lessons, feel free to ask using our comment sections. Today we will focus our discussion on cosmetology. Our topic is about types of nail art techniques, and we are targeting the MELCs perform different fancy nail design on fingernails and toenails. And at the end of this lesson, you are expected to creative nail art design, perform nail art design on fingernails and toenails, and follow safety precaution in performing the procedure in nail art. Are you ready to go? Let's begin. Let us review some terms or concepts to refresh your memory about the previous lesson, which is all about the types of fancy nail design. Can you still remember the different fancy nail design? Let me see if you really learned from our previous lesson. I will show you pictures and you are going to identify what fancy nail design is being shown by the following pictures. Let us start with the first one. What fancy nail design is this? Very good, class. This one is nail art stickers. Another one. What fancy nail design is this? Great! This one is nail art stamping. Next picture. What fancy nail design is this? Perfect! This one is nail accessories. And let's go for the last picture. What fancy nail design is this? Very good, class. This one is water marbling. And those are the types of fancy nail design. It seems that you already know the lessons that we were discussed from the previous discussion. And now, prepare yourself for another lesson. Let's begin. Our lesson for today is all about the types of nail art techniques. So what is nail art? Nail art is the practice of painting decorative designs on the nails. These days, fingernails and toenails are seen by some as important points of beauty. Also, it is a type of fashion activity related to manicuring. So creativity and resourcefulness are the key in making nail art design. There are assorted techniques to jazz up your nails with exclusive nail art decor. Nail art kits simplify the process of creating decorative nails at home. Usually, the kits include paint, image-creating implements such as stencils, stamps, or stickers, and fine detail instruments such as cutting tools. Nail art pens are ideal tools for drawing and are specifically designed to paint fine strokes or dots or patterns on the nail surface. You can also complete set of nail art tools just by bits and pieces you have around your house. Some are better than professional tools, and this includes bobby pin, toothpick, scotch tape, makeup applicator, makeup sponge, straws, and many more. Nail art can be categorized on the basis of the techniques used. There are so many nail art techniques that you can use to create different design on your nails. Some of nail art techniques includes sponging, taping, painting, or drawing with brushes, and etc. And today, I will discuss to you some of these nail art techniques. The first nail art technique is painting with a brush. So this technique is like any other painting where one can use a variety of brushes. You can draw any template of choice by taking the help of these brushes. However, it needs some minimum practice and skill for achieving the perfection in giving perfect strokes. And there are multiple types of brushes. For instance, angled, flat, line, detail, cutting, and etc. which can be used. Another nail art technique is sponge bobbing. In this technique is used for getting gradient and achromatic kind of designs on nails. And you can use any kind of sponge, maybe art, paint, or makeup, or any other, depending upon the effect required and design expected. And another nail art technique is taping. In this technique, a base color is initially applied on the nails, and then the tape is cut into small pieces and later on applied to the nails. The tiny pieces of tapes are applied to those areas of nails which are to be left in the base color itself. Then, you can apply the next coat of color you wish to apply on the unified nail. Last on the list is splatter nails. This nail art design involves splattering different nail polish color over a neutral base to make it look like a work of art. It is very abstract and fun nail art technique. So no matter what color combination you use, your nail will always look unique. So dear students, I have prepared a video demonstration showing the procedure on how to create nail art with these techniques, and also the tools and materials needed, as well as some safety precautions to observe as you perform a different nail care activity. So watch and learn as I play the video demonstration of these nail art techniques. only the sample nail art design that we can create by applying the different nail art techniques that we have discussed today. Dear students, you can create your own unique design by simply choosing different colors of nail polish and just by applying your creativity and resourcefulness. I hope that those videos will give you an idea in making your own unique and beautiful nail art designs. Okay, so dear students, I have a question. As a cosmetology student, why do you think it is important to learn the different nail art techniques? Very good. As a cosmetology student, it is never a dull day as you get the chance to enhance your skills as a nail artist. trying different types of nail art, and learning new methods of nail care while developing your technical skills will also get to learn about the business aspect of the industry. Every day, you will learn new nail care techniques and nail art designs. Once you collect knowledge and skills, you can start your own nail spa and be an entrepreneur. You have good job security as people depend on nail technicians for their beauty needs, which means your skills are needed once you enter the working world. And that ends our lesson for today. Let us have now our recap. Ready? The different nail art techniques that we have discussed today includes painting with a brush, sponge bobbing, taping, and splatter nails. Painting with a brush is a technique which uses a variety of brushes. Sponge bobbing is a technique used for getting gradient and achromatic kind of designs on nails. Taping, where tiny pieces of tapes are applied to those areas of nails. Splatter nail art design, which involves splattering different nail polish color over a neutral base to make it look like a work of art. We have watched also the procedure on how we can do a nail art using the different techniques that we have discussed. Let us now check your understanding about our lesson. Let's have a short quiz. Open your compendium of notes on page 18 and answer learning activity sheets number 8. I am going to read the questions once and you are going to choose only the letter of the correct answer. So listen very carefully. So let's have the question number 1. What nail art technique is used for getting gradient and achromatic kind of designs on the nails? Is it letter A, sponge bobbing, letter B, taping, letter C, nail art, or letter D, designing nails? Question number 2. It is a technique like any other painting where one can use a variety of brushes. Is it letter A, splatter nails, letter B, use of nail art sticker and decals, letter C, taping, and letter D, painting with a brush? Let's go for question number 3. What nail art techniques in which a tiny pieces of tapes is used? Letter A, sponge bobbing, letter B, splatter nails, letter C, taping, or letter D, painting with a brush? For question number 4, it is the practice of painting decorative designs on the nails. Is it letter A, designing, letter B, nail art, letter C, splattering, or letter D, taping? And question number 5. Which nail art design involves splattering different nail polish color over a neutral base? Is it letter A, taping, letter B, splatter nails, letter C, painting with a brush, or letter D, sponge bobbing? So let us check if your answers are correct. For question number 1, the answer is letter A, sponge bobbing. For number 2, the answer is letter D, painting with a brush. For question number 3, the answer is letter C, taping. For number 4, the answer is letter B, nail art. And for number 5, the answer is letter B, splatter nails. Okay, count your scores. For those who got a perfect score, excellent. And for those who didn't get a perfect score, no worries, at least you tried your best. and keep on reading your compendium of notes in cosmetology. So for your activity, you are going to perform the different types of nail art techniques that we have discussed today. You will document your performance using videos or pictures. Send your output at my Gmail account, alonamacaburas3@gmail.com. You may also send the videos or pictures of your performance in the messenger group chat or to your cosmetology teacher. And this will be the checklist for your performance. For preparation, you will get a total of 4 points. Total of 4 points for procedure and techniques, and total of 4 points for performance criteria. Total of 2 points for appearance, and total of 4 for work habits, and 1 point for speed. And this will be the rating scale. So do you have questions, class? If you have questions or clarification, just feel free to send your questions to our messenger group chat. You may also send it through text to the mobile number 0998-277-4334. I will answer all your questions right after the session. So alright, that ends our session for this afternoon. I hope you enjoyed our on-air live discussion about cosmetology. It has been a great day serving you all. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Division of Tarlac Province, in cooperation with DCTZ 828 AM station. I am Teacher Alona Andres, Grade 8 TLE Anchor Teacher for today. Reminding you to always stay safe, happy, and always healthy. And don't forget our hashtag. In DLE, we aim for knowledge, skill, and progress. Until next time, goodbye and God bless.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang Kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Any home must be built on a solid foundation of friendship, trust, and respect. Ito ang kailangan para sa matatag na tahanan.
Ipinagdiwang kamakailan ng mga membro ng Nationalist People's Coalition o NPC ang birth anniversary ng yumaong dating gobernador at statesman na si Eduardo Danding Murphy Cojuangco Jr.
For the past 31 years of NPC's existence, it has proven its relevance and significance to the political landscape of our country and of Tarlac. Despite the diversity of NPC, it has withstood the challenges and trials of the times. This strength came from the values and principles inculcated by my grandfather, Lolo Danding. His most valuable saying is that a political party that does not touch upon or improve the lives of the people has no reason to exist. I hope that this reminder will always be the prime intention and commitment of every member of our party.
Ang aktibidad na may temang ito ang tahanan mo, noon, ngayon at sa kinabukasan ay dinaluhan ng mga local officials sa probinsya ng Tarlac kung saan ilan sa mga ito ay nagbigay ng kani-kanilang mga mensahe.
Ang importante, makakonect ako, connected pa rin ako sa mga taga-Tarlac. And that's how he was. Someone I saw na napakataas, pero yung loob, yung kalooban niya was very, he felt the people. That's why there's no better way that andito tayo ngayon lahat ng magkakasama under his party. I'm sure he is smiling that we send our love and wishes to him and we ask for his guidance.
We are gathered here in the presence of commemorating, thanking a person na, to me, to my mind, is somebody that is very hard to forget. And I think many of you have personal relationships with this person or with his family or with probably the party that he stood for. So ako ay masaya dahil kahit nawala na si boss, nakikita ko na maari pa rin mabuo ang grupo na minahal niyang mga tao dito sa ating lalawigan. Lalo-lalo na sa 1st District.
A political party that does not touch upon the lives of the people has no reason to exist. So yun po ay isinabuhay ng ating mahal na Danding Cojuangco. Makita lang natin ang litrato ni Boss Danding ay inspired na tayo. Di ba? Yun po ang aking paniwala. So muli, sa inyo pong lahat, kasama ko po kayo na babati at bumabati kay Boss Danding in heaven ng happy birthday. So, ulitin ko, are we all at home? Yun.
Kasabay ng pagdiriwang ay ang panunumpa ng mga bagong membro ng NPC mula sa iba't ibang bayan sa probinsya ng Tarlac. Para sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26, ako si Jam Torio, nagbabalita.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid,
Aral TarlakHenyo,
sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26,
at sa bayang naririnig sa DCTC 828,
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
mula rito sa Borok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Broadcasting live at Victoria, Tarlac, you are watching Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC 828, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, and Facebook Live. For those who are subscribed in Converge Cable, you can also watch this episode on Channel 100. Magandang buhay, grade 8 learners! This is your teacher broadcaster for MAPA, Miss Erica Joy Cardona. Join me for 25 minutes of meaningful learning experience on air. Our lesson in grade 8 health for this quarter is about strategies on preventing the use of gateway drugs. At the end of our lesson, I expect you to learn strategies in the prevention and control of cigarette smoking and drinking alcoholic beverages. Apply resistance skills in situations related to cigarette smoking and alcohol. Follow policies and laws in the family, school, and community related to cigarette smoking and alcohol. And lastly, suggest healthy alternatives to cigarette and alcohol to promote healthy lifestyle. This topic is relevant today in our lives because it is one of the major causes about the declining of our healthy lifestyle, so I hope you will listen carefully. Before we begin our session, I have some study tips for you. First, find a comfortable place that is far from noise and pay attention about our lesson for today. Next, bring with you your pen, extra paper, and learning activity sheet for Health Day 3. If you have any questions or clarification, feel free to send us your message to the comment section in our Facebook page, or you may ask your MAPE teacher. I guess you are all set for this fun-filled, informative lesson about strategies on preventing the use of gateway drugs. But before that, let us see if you still remember the previous lesson. Kindly get your pen and activity sheet and let us answer activity number 1. You can comment down your answer in our Facebook page. Are you ready? Let me read to you the directions for this activity. The following are known dangers of smoking and alcohol. Supply the missing letters on each item to decipher the word. A hint is provided on each word. For the first item, this is a disease that causes inflammation of the airways from the trachea into the lungs. What is your answer? Very good. Bronchitis. Item number 2. Group of diseases which makes body cell grow uncontrollably. What do you think is the correct answer? The correct answer is cancer. Good job. Item number 3. A condition in which the liver is stored with fat from alcohol. What do you think is the correct answer? The correct answer is fatty liver. Very good. Item number 4. The liver is scarred due to heavy alcohol consumption. What is your answer? The correct answer is cirrhosis. Great. Last item number 5. Foul smell exhaled from the mouth. The correct answer is bad breath. Very good. How well did you perform in the first activity? Kindly type your scores in the comment box. If you got all 5 items correct, that is excellent. For those who got 3 to 4, very good. For those who got lower than 3, don't be sad. You may always go back and watch the previous episode for reference. Now, to start our lesson for today, let's have some energizing activity called fact or myth. The directions are simple. You will just identify which is the fact or myth from the following statements. Are you ready? Item number 1. Fact or myth? Alcohol gives extra energy. What is your answer? Very good. It is a myth. Alcohol has a very little nutritional value. In addition to that, it only provides empty calories. Item number 2. Fact or myth? Secondhand smoke is more dangerous than mainstream smoke. What is your answer? Alright, it is a fact. Secondhand smoke is the combination of smoke from the burning end of a cigarette and the smoke breathed out by smokers. Secondhand smoke contains more than 7,000 chemicals, of which 100 are toxic and about 70 can cause cancer. Item number 3. Fact or myth? Drinking coffee will help you to sober up. What is your answer? That's right. It is a myth. Coffee cannot sober you up. It does not get rid of alcohol from the system. If you have an alcohol level above the legal limit, you can drink all the coffee you want and the alcohol level will not magically fall faster than it would have if you had not drunk the coffee. Item number 4. Quitting smoking can produce positive results for smokers. What is your answer? Correct. That is a fact. Studies show that quitting smoking lowers your risk of other cancers over time as well, including cancers of the stomach, pancreas, liver, cervix, and colon and rectum, as well as acute myeloid leukemia or AML. Quitting also lowers your risk of diabetes, helps your blood vessels work better, and helps your heart and lungs. Last item number 5. Fact or myth? Alcohol is not a drug. What is your answer? Very good. It is a myth. Alcohol is a depressant. That means any amount you drink can make you more likely to get the blues. Drinking a lot can harm your brain and lead to depression. When you drink too much, you're more likely to make bad decisions or act on impulse. Did you get all the correct answers? If you got 5, you are well informed about the misconception about gateway drugs. If you got 4 to 3, I'm sure you will gain a lot more about our today's lesson. If your score is lower than 3, it's okay. I am here to enlighten you about gateway drugs. Let's keep the ball rolling and let's discuss about policies and laws regarding cigarette smoking. These are laws implemented by a governing body on using the tobacco or cigarettes. Republic Act 9211, it is also known as the Tobacco Regulation Act of 2003. It is the law governing tobacco production, distribution, and use. Under this law, we have Section 5 about smoking ban in public places. According to it, smoking shall be absolutely prohibited in the following public places. Number 1 is center of youth activities such as schools, colleges, university, and other recreational facilities for persons under 18 years old. Elevator and stairways, location in which fire hazards are present, including gas station and storage areas for flammable liquids, gas, explosives, or combustible materials. Within the buildings and premises of public and private hospital, medical, dental, optical clinics, health centers, and laboratories. Public conveyances and public facilities, including airport and ship terminals and train and bus station, restaurant and conference hall except for separate smoking areas, and food preparation areas. Hindi pinahihintulutan na pagsisigarilyo sa mga lugar na ito sapagkat ito yung mga lugar na vulnerable o madaling pagsimula ng sunog malapit sa kabataan at sa mga paghahanda ng pagkain. Under Section 9 about minimum sales, it shall be unlawful for any retailer of tobacco products to sell or distribute tobacco products to any minor. These are persons under 18 years of age. It is also unlawful for any person to purchase cigarette or tobacco products from a minor. It is also unlawful for a minor to sell or buy cigarettes or any tobacco products. And it is also unlawful for a minor to smoke cigarette or any tobacco products. Ang paggamit at pagbebenta ng sigarilyo ay lubhang ipinagbabawal sa mga minoryang kagaya ninyo. Kaya kapag pupunta kayo sa mga grocery o convenience store, hindi talaga kayo pagbibilhan sapagkat ito ay labag sa batas. Under Section 10, the sale of tobacco within school premises, this section states that the sale and distribution of tobacco products is prohibited within 100 meters from any point of the perimeter of a school, public playground, and other facilities frequented particularly by minors. Moving on, Republic Act 8749, it is also known as Philippine Clean Air Act of 1999. This law clearly states that smoking inside a public building or an enclosed public place, including public vehicles and other means of transport, or in any enclosed area outside of one's private residence, private place of work, or any duly designated smoking area is hereby prohibited under this act. This provision shall be implemented by the local government units or LGUs. Next, there is also a law and policy about the use of alcoholic beverages and other volatile substances in our country signed by our late President Ferdinand Marcos in the year 1979. It is the penalizing the use or possession or the unauthorized sale to minors of volatile substances for the purpose of inducing intoxication or in any manner changing, distorting, or disturbing the auditory, visual, or mental process or the Presidential Decree 1619. Under Section 1 of this Presidential Decree, volatile substances are defined as substances that include any liquid, solid, or mixed substance having the property of releasing toxic vapors or fumes containing one or more of the following chemical compounds: methanol, ethanol, isopropanol, ethyl acetate, or any other chemical substance which when sniffed, smelled, inhaled, or introduced into the physiological system of the body produces or induces a condition of intoxication, inebriation, excitement, stupefaction, dulling of the brain or the nervous system, depression, giddiness, paralysis, irrational behavior, or in any manner changing, distorting, or disturbing the auditory, visual, or mental processes. In simplest term, alcoholic beverages are considered samples of volatile substances because nagkakaroon ito ng pagbabago sa ating pag-iisip at pisikal na pangangatawan. Isang halimbawa na dito kung ikaw ay napasobra sa pag-inom o nalasing. Under Section 5 of PAD 1619, the sale of and offer to sell volatile substances to minors without requiring the written consent of their parents or guardian as a condition for such sale or offer to sell shall be punishable by imprisonment ranging from 6 months and 1 day to 4 years and a fine ranging from 600 to 4,000 pesos, provided that when a minor is 18 years or over and is duly licensed to drive a motor vehicle, such written consent shall not be necessary when the volatile substance sold or offered for sale is gasoline or any other motive fuel for motor vehicles. The sale of, offer to sell to minors of liquors or beverages containing an alcoholic content of 30% or above, 60 proof or above, is hereby prohibited and shall be punishable by imprisonment ranging from 6 months and 1 day to 4 years and a fine ranging from 600 to 4,000 pesos. Ibig sabihin ng batas na ito, bawal ang pagtitinda at pagbili ng mga kagaya ninyong minor de edad sa mga inuming may alcohol content na 30%. Pataas, ang inyong mga magulang o guardians ang maaaring mapatawan ng parusa kapag ito inyong nilabag. Now that you know the policies regarding cigarette smoking and alcoholic beverages, let's now move on to our another topic. In your age, it is really inevitable on preventing yourself to be exposed in gateway drugs. Aminin natin, malaki ang impluwensya ng mga tao sa ating paligid, tulad ng ating pamilya at mga kaibigan. Maging ang mga napapanood natin sa TV ay may mga eksena tungkol sa paninigarilyo at pag-inom ng alak. But how can we prevent ourselves from using gateway drugs? Here's how. The first thing you have to do or develop is refusal skill. Refusal skills are ways to say no when someone is pressuring you to do something that you don't want to do. They can help you to avoid the pitfalls of using gateway or prohibited drugs. There are some ways to develop these skills. There are 5 examples of refusal skills. Number 1 is to say no. Kapag mayroon kang kaibigan na nagaya sa'yo, sabihin mo ang mahiwag ng salita na hindi o no. Number 2, suggest another activity. Kapag inaaya ka pa rin ng iyong kaibigan, maaari kang mag-suggest ng ibang gagawin, kagaya ng paglalaro ng basketball, pagbabike, o kahit anong activity na hindi involve ang pag-inom at pagsisigarilyo. Number 3, give a reason. Kapag tumanggi ang iyong kaibigan sa suggestion mo, ikaw na ang magbigay ng rason para tumanggi. Sabihin mong ipinagbabawal sa iyo ito ng mga magulang mo dahil masama ito sa iyo sa kalusugan mo. Number 4 is tell a story. Kung inaaya ka pa rin, maaari kang magkwento ng halimbawa ng mga di magandang epekto ng gateway drugs sa mga tao. Ikwento mo ang mga sakit na maaaring makuha dito. Number 5 is walk away. Kung patuloy pa rin siya sa pag-aaya sa iyo, mabuti pang umalis ka na lang at magpaalam sa kanya. Second strategy is to have a healthy lifestyle. There are so many healthy alternatives than turning yourself into gateway drugs. Get involved with sports, clubs, hobbies, and other activities. These activities can help teach you to have fun without drugs and alcohol. Third strategy is to educate yourself. Studies show that campaign ads, alcohol-free or smoke-free laws and policy help to flatten the curve of smoking. Kagaya ng activity natin na fact or myth, nakita natin na na-debunk ang mga myth na pinaniniwalaan natin tungkol sa gateway drugs. As a teenager, you should educate yourself about the harmful effects of gateway drugs when you use them. Gateway drugs may cause lasting brain damage and other lifelong problems. Did you learn something today? Great! Let us have a short assessment regarding our lesson for today. Are you ready? Get your activity sheets and let us answer activity number 3, multiple choice. The directions are as follows. Then circle the letter of the correct answer. Item number 1. It is the law governing tobacco production, distribution, and use, known as the Tobacco Regulation Act of 2003. A. RA 9565. B. RA 9211. Letter C. RA 9362, or letter D, RA 8211. What is your answer? Very good. It is letter B. Item number 2. According to Section 9 of the Tobacco Regulation Act of 2003, these consumers cannot sell, buy, distribute, or smoke cigarettes or any tobacco products? A. Adults, B. Senior citizens, C. Minors, or letter D. Professional workers. What is your answer? That's right, it is letter C. Item number 3. It is also known as the Philippine Clean Air Act of 1999. A. RA 8749, B. RA 9565, letter C. RA 9211, or letter D. RA 8211. What is your answer? Good job! The answer is letter A. Item number 4. According to this act, smoking inside a public building or an enclosed public place, including public vehicles and other means of transport, is prohibited. A. Tobacco Regulation Act of 2003, B. Philippine Clean Air Act of 1999, C. Smoking Ban Act of 2001, or letter D. Distribution of Tobacco Act of 1999. What is your answer? Correct! That is letter B. That's item number 5. Which of the following statements is a good resistance skill against alcohol drinking? A. Walking away to avoid it. B. Suggesting other activity rather than drinking. Letter C. Saying no. Or letter D. All of the above. What is your answer? Very good. That is letter D. This is just an easy assessment. Congratulations to those who got perfect scores. Comment down your scores in our Facebook page. For your performance test, as a student or member of this community, express your thoughts or opinions about how gateway drugs abuse can be prevented by creating a slogan or poster that you want the public to know. Use the rubrics that you can see on the screen or on your activity sheet as your guide in doing your advocacy campaign. Let me read to you the criteria. Workmanship and creativity, 25 points. Relevance to the topic, 15 points. Neatness, 10 points. A total of 50 points. Before we end, let me summarize our lesson for today's session. Our Republic Act 9211, or known as the Tobacco Regulation Act, it is the law for production, distribution, and use of any tobacco products. Republic Act 8749, known as the Philippine Clean Air Act of 1999. It is also a law about smoking ban in public places. Presidential Decree 1619, or the law penalizing about the illegal use, distribution, and creation of volatile substances such as alcoholic beverages and other substances that can cause distortion or disturbance in humans' nervous and physiological system. Under this laws and policy, we've learned that minors under 18 years of age are prohibited to sell, distribute, and use the gateway drugs, or else their guardians will be punished by the law. We also discussed about strategies on preventing the use of gateway drugs. First is to develop refusal skill. It is a way on preventing yourself from someone who is pressuring to take or use gateway drugs. Second is to maintain a healthy lifestyle. Last but not the least, educate yourself about gateway drugs. That's all for today's lesson. Thank you so much for your participation. I hope you've gained some insights and strategies in preventing yourself in getting involved by gateway drugs. Before we end, I want to express my sincerest gratitude to all the people who made Aral TarlakHenyo possible. Shout out to Ma'am Dalen Roy, Education Program Supervisor of MAPE, SDO Tarlac Province, Sir Agapito Gonzaga, School Head of Balayang High School, Sir Angel Villamin, our School Head, Victoria National High School, Ma'am Jane Luzon, our Head Teacher for MAPE Department, Ma'am Mary Ann Sullivan, my ever-supportive colleagues that are here today to assist me, Sir Ram, Ma'am Hazel, Ma'am Ann, Sir Jimboy, Ma'am Vincel, and Ma'am Juliana, my 8 Sunflower face-to-face students, my best friends, Ma'am Charlene Mercado and Ma'am Virgiline Gaston. This is your teacher broadcaster, Miss Erica Joy Cardona, saying, the best investment that you will ever make is your own health. Angat Tarlac, shine Tarlac. Until next time!
One FM. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only 1 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one, your only one, your only one FM. Your only one FM. Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May na-miss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air. Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, ano mang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino sumasahim papawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozamis, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZDZ 828, Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
The word boondocks, which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radio Filipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gahutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
Good afternoon, grade 9 learners of Tarlac. What an amazing day to have you with us today. Cheers to another episode of fun learning experience. This is Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26 and via Facebook Live. Simulcast over DZTZ 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac and in your Converge Cable TV Channel 100. I am Ma'am Maria Karen Athena F. Galang, broadcasting live from Anastasia J. Yubo High School, Concepcion, Tarlac. It is indeed a pleasure to be your teacher broadcaster for our lesson in English 9. Before we start our broadcast, dear learners, please situate yourself in a comfortable place in your home where you can focus and listen effectively to today's episode. Remember as well to prepare your pen, lecture notebook where you can jot down notes, and the learning activity sheets intended for this session. Are you ready, grade 9 learners? That's wonderful. Let us begin today's fun-filled learning session. Our discussion for today is the part 4 of MELC 2, which is to react to lay value judgment on critical issues that demand sound analysis and call for prompt actions with lesson focus on evaluation language. At the end of this lesson, you are expected to accomplish the following objectives. Letter A. Identify critical issues presented in the material viewed and or read. Letter B. Express agreement or disagreement on statements relating to certain critical issues. Letter C. Recognize evaluative language used in a text. Letter D. relate text content to particular social issues, concerns, or dispositions in life. And finally, letter E, write a reaction paper on a critical issue using evaluative language. In the last episode of English 9, you were taught about how to react to lay value judgment on critical issues that demand sound analysis and call for prompt actions with lesson focus on genre and register-related discourse features of a reaction paper. You also had discussions on what a reaction paper is, the process in writing an effective reaction paper, which includes the stages of pre-writing, and the writing stage. And finally, you also tackled the parts of the reaction paper. Before we proceed to our new lesson for today, let's have a review of the concepts discussed in the previous lesson through an activity entitled, Let Us Recall, Name That Part. The directions for this activity are, first, read the statements carefully. Then, identify what is being described by completing the missing letters to complete the correct word. Let's begin with number 1. It is the last part of your reaction paper where you can reformulate the thesis and remind the reader what you were trying to prove or disprove. What's your answer? If you answered conclusion, then you are correct. Let's proceed to number 2. It is also called a review, critique, or response paper. What's the correct answer? You are right. Reaction paper is the correct answer. Now let's have number 3. It is the part of a reaction paper where you place a summary of the work. What's your answer? If your answer is introduction, then you are correct. Now let's head on to number 4. This is the idea for which you created the article that consists of 1 to 2 sentences. What's your answer? If you answer thesis statement, then you are right. Finally, let's have the last item, number 5. This part of the reaction paper includes your reaction to the work. What's your answer? If your answer is body, then you are correct. How did you do on our review activity? Type in your score on our comment section. Great job, learners! I could see some of you got a perfect score. Well done to all of you. To those who got 4, nice work. And for those who got 3 and below, I still congratulate you for your effort and participation. You can always go back and watch the previous video lesson in your most convenient time. At this point, I'm sure you are now ready for our lesson. With that, let's have activity 1, What's the issue? The directions for this activity, using the shown picture and jumbled letter clues, identify the issue being presented. And then, write a short description of each critical issue on your notebook. Are you ready? That's wonderful. Let's begin. What issue is being presented in the picture? The correct answer is coronavirus. The coronavirus has made a huge impact in our lives. It posed as a threat to our health, thus requiring people to wear masks, do regular sanitation, observe physical distancing and other health protocols. Let's head on to number 2. What issue is shown in the picture? If you answered online learning, then you are correct. Because of the implementation of distance education, online learning is one of the modalities used by schools to ensure continued learning among students. Let's head on to item number 3. What issue is shown in this picture? The correct answer is climate change. Climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperature and weather patterns. The main cause of climate change are the human activities. Let's head on to number 4. What's the issue in this picture? If you answered war, then you are correct. War is a state of armed conflict between different nations or states, or it could be different groups within a nation or state. Recently, you might have heard or watched news on the war happening between Ukraine and Russia. Finally, let's have the last item, item number 5. What's the issue? If you answered discrimination, then you are correct. Discrimination is the unfair treatment to a person because of one's gender, physical appearance, religion, race, or others. How did you do, learners? That's wonderful. I hope that you were able to identify the critical issues presented in this activity. Now, grade 9 learners, let us accomplish activity 2, make a stand. The directions for this activity. Using the scale below, agree or disagree on the following statements by writing the number that corresponds to your answer. Then write a brief explanation of your answer on your notebook. The scale indicates 5 for strongly agree, 4 for agree, 3 for neutral, 2 for disagree, and 1 for strongly disagree. Are you ready to make a stand, dear learners? Let's begin. Here are the statements that you're going to make a stand for. Number 1. COVID-19 has rapidly affected our day-to-day life, businesses, and disrupted the world trade and movements. Number 2. Online learning may be a savior, but it comes with its own problems. Number 3. It was suggested that all countries must take steps to tackle climate change as fast and as humanely as possible. Number 4. An article states that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a blatant attack on the world order. Number 5. A safe space where everyone could live harmoniously should be established for all people despite their differences. Are you done, dear learners? That's great. Let's see how you did in this activity. Let's have item number 1. For this item, you could have answered 4 or 5, which means agree or strongly agree, since it is true that COVID-19 affected all aspects of our daily lives. Let's now have item number 2. Your answers for this item could range from 3 to 5, since some of you may have or may have not experienced online learning. As it is true that online learning has a lot of advantages, it also comes with its disadvantages. Now let's have item number 3. Your answer for this item could be 4 or 5. Since climate change affects us all,
and we must all respond to it immediately before its effects worsen. Let's proceed to item number 4. Your answer for this item would range from 3 to 5, since the Ukraine-Russia war is indeed saddening and frightening as it disrupts the world order. Finally, let's have the last item. You could have answered this item with 4 or 5, since it is indeed true that a safe space could ensure harmonious living among all people despite each individual differences we have. How did you find this activity? Did you enjoy making a stand on each critical issue? That's wonderful to hear. As a member of the society, it is important that we are aware of the critical issues happening around us, since in one way or another, these issues have an effect on us and our society. As a grade 9 learner, it is important that you possess the knowledge and skill of giving value judgment to critical issues. We have to make better judgments and filter them using our knowledge, experiences, and wisdom. Then use that to make smarter and thoughtful decisions. So what is a value judgment? Value judgment is a judgment of the rightness or wrongness of something or someone, or of the usefulness of something or someone based on a comparison or other relativity. Roughly speaking, value judgment is a claim about something's moral, practical, or aesthetic worth. Value judgments do not simply describe the world. They prescribe certain attitudes or behaviors toward the world. Now let's have some examples of descriptive and prescriptive claims. As you can see in the table presented, the sentence, "The school enforces protocols to be followed inside the school," is a descriptive claim, since it merely describes the current situation. On the other side of the table, "The school should strictly enforce protocols to be followed inside the school," is a prescriptive claim, since it recommends the action that is ought to be done. The second example of a descriptive claim is, "Mario is a student in grade 9, since it merely describes the current situation or state of Mario. On the other hand, "Mario ought to remain an excellent student in grade 9 in order to keep his scholarship," is an example of a prescriptive claim, since it dictates what Mario ought to do. Grade 9 learners, take note that a descriptive claim is when the statement is clear and to the point. It is saying exactly how things are with no way of getting around it. Prescriptive claim, on the other hand, recommends how something ought to be. Let us now put your knowledge to the test by doing Activity 3, Sort It Out. I will be presenting you 6 statements. Your job is to sort these statements if whether they are descriptive or prescriptive by writing the letter on the correct column. Here are the 6 statements that you will sort out. Letter A. Russia shouldn't have bombed parts of Ukraine. Letter B. Some students experience difficulties in joining online classes. Letter C. Discrimination remains to exist among LGBT members. Letter D. School administrators should devise ways to reach out to learners lagging behind in distance education. Letter E. Humans ought to be ashamed of the damage they have done to the environment. Letter F. advocacies along preservation of the nature must be implemented. Are you through with your activity? Let's check your work. Let us begin with the descriptive claims. Which statements belong in this category? You're right. The answers are statements B and statements C. How about those statements that belong to prescriptive claims? Which are those statements? You are correct. Statements A, D, E, and F are all considered prescriptive claims. How did you perform in our last activity? Well done! Grade 9 learners, you can now sort out descriptive and prescriptive claims. Remember, a descriptive claim merely describes the current situation or state of something, while a prescriptive claim dictates what something ought to do or ought to be. Words are powerful tools we use to express our thoughts, feelings, opinions, and judgments. Today, we shall strengthen your skills in the utilization of these words by dealing with evaluative language. Evaluative language is positive or negative language that judges the worth of something. It includes language to express feelings and opinions, to make judgments about aspects of people such as their behavior, and to assess quality of objects such as literary work. Evaluative language could be expressed through sentence stems flashed on your screens, such as the sentence stem the article suggests, the author claims that, the author argues that, and others. Evaluative language could also be used to express attitudes via the use of adjectives. It could be used to describe emotions or how people feel, evaluate the worth and quality of things and process, and make judgment about people's behavior. Let us apply what you have just learned by accomplishing Activity 4, Zero in on the EL. The directions for this activity are: zero in on the evaluative language used in each statement by simply underlining it. Are you ready, grade 9 learners? Let's begin. Here are the sentences. Number 1. The author suggests that the character could have developed more through the course of the events. Number 2. The poem is criticized for its poor choice of figurative language. Number 3. He exemplifies her claim by providing context to the theme of the poem. Number 4. She argued that the story's plot could have evolved differently. And number 5. The author compared his style with that of other writers. Are you done answering? Let's see how you did. Let's start with item number 1. What is the evaluative language used in this sentence? If your answer is suggests, then you are correct. Let's have number 2. What is the evaluative language used in this sentence? The correct answer is criticized. Let's proceed to item number 3. What is the evaluative language used in this item? You are right. It is indeed exemplifies her claim. Let's head on to item number 4. What is the evaluative language used in this sentence? Great job! It is indeed argued. Finally, let's have the last item. What evaluative language is used in this item? If your answer is compared with, then you are right. How many items did you get right, dear learners? Well done, grade 9 learners. It seems like you well understood our lesson today. You are now ready to write a reaction paper. For your post-listening or viewing activity, you will read the given text on your learning activity sheet. Your task is to identify the general and specific ideas conveyed in the text. Then, write your reaction on the arguments discussed using evaluative words or phrases. Your reaction paper will be graded based on the given rubric. The text that you will read is entitled #Majoha Puts Spotlight on Philippine Education, which was published on April 17, 2022 by Kathleen A. Yamit. Your performance in this task will be graded using the rubric flashed on your screens. The criteria or traits included in this rubric are introduction, information summary, critique, conclusion, organization, sentence structure, evaluative language, and mechanics. Keep in mind these criteria so that you could obtain a high score in this activity. Grade 9 learners, feel free to watch the video lesson again in case there are parts of the lesson you missed or need clarification. If you have queries regarding today's lesson, you may contact me or your English teachers who are more than willing to be of assistance to you. Before we wrap up today's session, let me share this quotation to you. Let it be your goal every day to be ahead of your former self, not ahead of others. Today has been a fruitful learning experience with all of you. I am beyond blessed to share this moment with you. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTZ 828 Radio Pilipino Tarlac. Once again, this is Ma'am Maria Karen Athena F. Galang, your English 9 teacher broadcaster, wishing you to have a wonderful day. God bless everyone and happy learning!
Bahagi mo
Radyo Pilipino.
saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com.
Radiopilipino.com.
Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Ginanitan ng probinsya ng Tarlac ang Pride Month kamakailan kung saan nagkaroon ng pagandahan ng mga costume o outfit. Alinsunod ito sa inisyatiba ni Governor Susan Yap upang hikayati ng mga miyembro ng LGBTQIA+ community na ipakita ang kanilang mga artistic side.
Sa lahat po ng ating mga minamahal na miyembro ng LGBTQIA+++, malugod po ang aking pagbati ng isang makahulugang pagdiriwang ng ating Pride Month.
Ibinida ng mga LGBTQIA+ community ang mga makukulay na kasuotan na inspired sa kanilang mga iniidolo. Masayang nagpasalamat naman ng 21 anyos na si John Avenido kay Governor Susan Yap sa pagkilala sa mga miyembro ng LGBTQIA+ community.
Kay Gov, sobrang thank you po kasi pinag-isa-isa niyo po kami lahat ng mga LGBT community dito sa Tarlac.
Nagbigay din ito ng mensahe sa mga batang parte ng LGBTQIA+ community.
Sa mga batang LGBT na nanonood, lahat ng nangyayari ngayon, matuto kayo, makinig kayo, para sa susunod na henerasyon hindi na kayo mag-suffer gaya ng mga nauna sa atin.
Happy Pride Month!
Ang aktibidad na ito ay ginunita bilang suporta at pagkilala sa mga miyembro ng LGBTQIA+ community sa probinsya ng Tarlac na sumasalamin sa kalayaan, pagkakapantay-pantay at mapanghamong kultura ng lipunan. Para sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, ako si Razel Espirito, nagbabalita.
Travel to Herona and see how big North Shine has grown.
Doon ho sa bayan ho namin, nakilala ho kami dahil sa North Shine. Nakita man yun, dati ho, parol capital ho kami dati ng Tarlac.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Atid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at DZTZ 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Magandang araw! Narito na naman tayo, nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakakalikasan at makabansa. Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masithing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa Himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, Ginoong Brido R. Pedroche, broadcasting live mula dito sa Bilad High School, Kamiling, Tarlac. Narito ako upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin sa araw na ito. Bago pa man tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, narito ang ilan sa mga paalala. Siguraduhin ninyong nasa lugar kayo ngayon na komportable at maayos na napapanood at nakikinig ang ating broadcast. Matanong ko lang, nagmerienda ka na ba? Mabuti naman. Dahil nararapat lamang na may laman ang inyong tiyan upang mas maging alerto ang inyong pag-iisip at maayos na maunawaan ang ating aralin sa araw na ito. Sa punto ito, nais kong kunin ninyo ang inyong module sa Araling Panlipunan para sa ika-8 linggo sa ika-4 na markahan na may pamagat na ugnayan at patakarang panlabas na nakatutulong sa Pilipinas. Ihanda na rin ang inyong ballpen at sulatang papel upang maitala ang mga mahalagang impormasyon o konsepto na aking mababanggit. Ang ating paksa ngayong araw ay ang kalakalang panlabas ng Pilipinas. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksa ngayong araw, ay alalahanin muna natin ang ating naging aralin noong nakarang episode. Natatandaan pa ba ninyo? Mahusay. Kalakalang panloob, tumutukoy sa pagpapalitan at pamamahagi ng mga produkto at serbisyo sa loob ng bansa. Ito ang naging daan upang ang mga produkto ng isang lugar ay makarating sa iba't ibang lugar. Wholesalers, kinabibilangan ng mga brokers at jobbers na bumibili ng mga produkto sa maramihan at bultuhan at kanilang pinagbibili sa mga tindera ng tingian. Retailers, tuwirang nagbibili ng produkto ng tingian sa mga consumer. Middlemen, sila ang nagiging daan upang maipamahagi ng maayos ang mga produkto sa loob ng bansa. Kalakalang panlabas, pakikipagpalitan ng produkto at serbisyo ng isang bansa sa ibang bansa. Ang ating bansa ay kumikita rin sa tulong ng kalakalang panlabas. Nagkakaroon ng pamilihan ng ating produkto sa labas ng bansa. Ang kalakalang pandaigdig ay nagaganap dahil sa ilang salik. May dalawang prinsipyo ito. Una, pahambing na kalamangan o comparative advantage. Makabubuti sa isang bansa na lumikha ng produkto kung saan matatamo nito ang higit na kapakinabangan at umaangkat na lamang ng produkto na kailangan ng bansa na mas mura kaysa lumikha nito. Ikalawa, prinsipyo ng lubos na kalamangan o absolute advantage. Isinasaad ng prinsipyong ito na ang isang bansa ay nagpakadalubhasa sa paglikha ng mga produkto na magdudulot sa kanila ng pinakamalaking kita dahil mas mura ang paggawa naman ito kumpara sa paglikha ng ibang produkto. At ngayon, sa aking palagay, ay handa ka na sa ating bagong paksa para sa araw na ito. Inaasahan sa pagtatapos ng talakayan na ito ay inyong masusuri ang pang-ekonomikong ugnayan at patakarang panlabas na nakatutulong sa Pilipinas. Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mag-aral sa ikasyam na baitang na nanonood at nakikinig sa ating broadcast, kung kayo po ay may mga katanungan o nais linawin ukol sa ating paksa, ngayong araw, maaari kayong magbigay ng mensahe sa aking messenger. I-type lamang po ang Brido R. Pedroce o tumawag o mag-text sa numerong 0968-214-5973. Ulitin ko ang numerong maaari ninyong tawagan, 0968-214-5973. Sa punto ito ay sukatin muna natin ang inyong paunang kaalaman ukol sa ating paksa. Handa na ba kayo? Ayusin ang mga titik upang mabubuo ang mga bansang kabilang sa APEC. Una, A, B, A, N, K. Kung ang sagot mo ay Japan, tama ka. Ikalawa, S, I, A, L, Y, M, A. Ang tamang sagot, Malaysia. Ikatlo, A, C, N, D. Kung ang sagot natin ay Canada, tama ka. Ika-4, R, E, P, O, N, G, A, S, I. Ang tamang sagot, Singapore. At ang ikalima, N, A, M, T, E, I, V. Ang tamang sagot, Vietnam. Ang ugnay ng bansang Pilipinas sa larangan ng kalakalan ay mayabong na din bago man dumating ang mga Kastila sa Pilipinas. Tayo ay nakikipagkalakalan na sa mga karatig bansa, kagaya ng Chino, Arabo at mga Hapones. Ayon sa Oxford Dictionary of Economics, ang kalakalang panlabas ay tumutukoy sa pagpapalitan ng mga produkto at serbisyo ng mga bansa. Ang pangunahing layunin nito ay matugunan ang pangailangan ng bansa. Ang kalakalang panlabas ng Pilipinas upang maunawan ang takbo ng kalakalang panlabas ng isang bansa ay sinusuri ang tinatawag nating balance of payment. Ang balance of payment ang nagpapakita ng talaan ng transaksyon ng ibang bansa sa iba't ibang bahagi ng mundo. Ito ang nagsisilbing sukatan ng pandaigdigang gawaing pang-ekonomiya ng isang bansa. Samantala, ang balance of payment naman ay makukuha sa pamamagitan ng pagbabawas ng halaga ng kalakal na inaangkat sa halaga ng kalakal na iniluluwas. Ang pagkakaroon ng ugnay ng mga bansa sa daigdig ay mas higit na pinagbubuti sa pamamagitan ng kalakalang panlabas. Ito ay nagsisilbing pamamaraan upang ang bawat bansa ay magkaroon ng ugnayang internasyonal kasabay ng mabilisang pagbabago sa lahat ng aspekto ng pamumuhay ng tao. Maging ito ay sa sistema ng edukasyon, komunikasyon, transportasyon, teknolohiya, at maging sa industrialisasyon. Sa kasalukuyan panahon, higit na akma ang kasabihang walang sinuman ang nabubuhay para sa sarili lamang. O sa wikang English, ang kasabihang no man is an island. Kaugnay nito sa kasalukuyang panahon, ang pagkikipagkalakalan ay higit na ginawang sistematiko. Ito ay naging ganap sa pamamagitan ng pagtatatag ng mga samang pandaigdig o international organization na naglalayong palawakin ang ugnayan ng mga bansa sa larangan ng kalakalang panlabas. Ilan sa mga samahang pandaigdigang pang-ekonomiko na kabilang ang ating bansa ay ang sumusunod. Una, World Trade Organization o WTO. Ito ay kinikilala bilang samahang namamahala sa pandaigdigang patakaran ng sistema ng kalakalan o Global Trading System sa pagitan ng mga kasaping estado o member states. Ito ay nabuo noong January 1, 1995. Ito ay ang naging kapalit ng GATT o General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade. Ang punong himpilan ng WTO ay matatagpuan sa Geneva, Switzerland. Ang mga pangunahing misyon ng World Trade Organization ay ang mga sumusunod. Una, pagsusulong ng isang maayos at malayang kalakalan sa pamamagitan ng pagpapababa sa mahadlang sa kalakalan o trade barriers. Ikalawa, pagkakaloob ng mga plataforma para sa negosasyon at nakahandang magbigay tulong teknikal at pagsasanay para sa mga papaunlad na bansa o developing countries. Ikatlo, mamamagitan sa mga pagtatalo ng mga kasaping bansa kaugnay sa mga patakaran o magpataw ng trade sanction laban sa isang kasapi, hindi umaayon sa desisyon o pasya ng samahan. Ang pagiging kasapi ng Pilipinas sa World Trade Organization ay isang malaking bagay upang magkaroon ng maayos at mabilis na pagkikipag-ugnayan ang ating bansa sa iba pang kasaping na naturang samahan. Ito ay magdudulot sa ating bansa ng maayos na takbo ng sistema ng kalakalang panlabas at nakatutulong upang magkaroon ng mababang taripa o buwis sa produktong ating niluluwas sa mga bansang kasapi nito. Ikalawa, Asia Pacific Economic Cooperations or APEC. Ito ay isang samahang may layuning isulong ang kaunlarang pang-ekonomiya at katiwasayan sa rehiyong Asia Pacific. Kaugnay na rin ng pagpapalakas sa mga bansa at pamayanan nito. Ang kauna-unahang APEC lead Washington, D.C. sa panguna ng dating Pangulo ng Estados Unidos na si Bill Clinton, na kung saan ay nananawagan ng mga pinuno ng bansa upang bawasan ang mga hadlang sa kalakalan at pamumuhunan, ripa at kota. Ilan sa mga programa nito ay ang liberalisasyon, puhunan, pagpapabilis at pagpapadali ng pagninegosyo, pagtutulungang pang-ekonomiya at teknikal. Ikatlo, ASEAN Nation. Ang samahan nito ay naglalayong paunlarin ang ugnayan ng mga bansa sa Timog Silangang Asya. Matapos mabigo ang pagkakatatag ng Association of Southeast Asia, ito ay nagbigay daan para masimulan ang Association of Southeast Asian Nations noong August 8, 1967. Ang samang ito ay naglalayong paunlarin ang ugnayan ng mga bansa sa Timog Silangang Asya. Ito ay binuo ng mga bansang Indonesia, Malaysia, Pilipinas, Singapore, at Thailand na kinilala bilang mga founding countries sa bisa ng dokumentong tinawag na Bangkok Declaration. Sa kasalukuyan ay ito ay binuo ng 10 bansa kasama ang Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, Laos PDR, Myanmar at Vietnam. Ang kalakalang panlabas ng Pilipinas, kahalagahan, mga patakaran at programa. Liberalisasyon sa sektor ng pagbabangko o ang Republic Act 7721. Ito ay sinabatas upang mapalawak ang operasyon ng mga dayuhang bangko sa pamamagitan ng pagtatayo ng mga sangay nito. Ikalawa, Foreign Trade Service Corps. Ito ay ang ahensyang naglulunsad ng iba't ibang estratehiya ng pamilihan upang lubusang makilala at mapatanyag ang produktong gawa ng sariling bansa. Trade and Industry Information Center. Ito ang nangangasiwa sa operasyon ng Bureau Research Center na nagpapalaganap ng mga datos, statistics, impormasyon tungkol sa ekonomiya, kalakalan, industriya, pamahalaan at kapakanan ng mamimili. Center for Industrial Competitiveness. Naglulunsad ng mga programang magtataas sa antas o kalidad at produktibidad ng mga manggagawa upang sila ay maging kompetitibo sa pandaigdigang pamilihan ng manggagawa, produkto at serbisyo. Kahalagahan ng kalakalang panlabas. Dumarami ang mga uri ng produkto o serbisyong maring pamilihan o tangkilikin ng mga tao upang matugunan ang kanilang mga kagustuhan at pangailangan. Ikalawa, mas pinaghuhusay o pinaangat nito ang antas ng produksyon upang mas maging mahusay ang kalidad ng mga produkto. Ikatlo, Ang mga produkto ng mga bansa gaya na lamang ng Pilipinas ay nabibigyan ng pagkakataong makilala at tangkilikin sa ibang bansa. Dulot sa husay at nagiging pagkakakilanlan din ng ating bansa. Ika-4, ang kalakalang panlabas ay nakakatulong upang mas maging matibay ang ugnayan o relasyon ng mga bansa at maging episyente ang pamilihan para sa mga produkto at serbisyo. Dito na muna nagtatapos ang ating talakayan patungkol sa kalakalang panloob at kalakalang panlabas. Pero para makasiguro ako na kayo talaga nakinig at naunawaan ang ating talakayan, ay magkakaroon tayo ng maikling gawain. Ihanda ang inyong ballpen at sagutang papel. Dito na muna nagtatapos ang ating talakayan at patungkol sa kalakayang panloob at kalakayang panlabas. Ngayon, ang tanong. Una, ito ay tumutukoy sa pagluluwas ng mga produkto o serbisyo sa pandaigdigang pamilihan. A. Kalakalang panlabas. B. Barter. C. Import. D. Export. Kung ang inyong sagot ay D, kayo ay tama. Ikalawa, ito ay kinikilala bilang samang namamahala sa pandaigdigang patakaran ng sistema ng kalakalan o Global Trading System sa pagitan ng mga kasabing estado o member states. A. Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation or APEC. B. Association of Southeast Asian Nations or ASEAN. C. World Trade Organization o WTO. D. World Health Organization o WHO. Ang tamang sagot, letter C. Ikatlong tanong, pagtutulong pang-ekonomiya at teknikal ang isa. Layunin nito. A. World Trade Organization. B. General Agreement of Tariffs and Trade. C. Executive Council. D. Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation. Kung ang inyong sagot ay D, binabati ko kayo. Ika-4, ang samahang ito ay naglalayong paunlarin ang ugnayan ng mga bansa sa Timog Silangang Asya. A. Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation. B. Association of Southeast Asian Nations. C. Executive Council. D. World Trade Organization. Kung ang inyong sagot ay B, kayo ay tama. Panglima, paano mauunawaan ang takbo ng kalakalang panlabas ng isang bansa? A. Sa pamamagitan ng pagsukat ng import at export ng bansa. B. Sa pamamagitan ng pagsuri sa tinatawag nating balance of payment. C. Sa pamamagitan ng malayang kalakalan. D. Sa pamamagitan ng pagtaas ng kita. Ang tamang sagot ay C. At dito nagtatapos ang ating pag-aaral sa Araling Panlipunan, Grade 9 Economics. Binabati ko kayo dahil natapos na ninyo ang 23 aralin na nakaangklas sa ating MELC or MELC. Naway naging makabuluhan ang inyong pag-aaral sa ating asignatura at maging baon ang mga kaalaman na ito bilang isang mabuti at responsabling mamamayan ng ating bansa. Isang paalala, maaaring ipasa ang nasagutang module at LAS sa inyong paaralan sa itatagdang pagsauli ng mga ito. At dahil tayo pa rin ay nasa ilalim ng pandemya, huwag kalilimutan ang inyong face mask, vaccination cards sa inyong paglabas at syempre, ang iba yung pag-iingat pa din. Muli ako inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, Ginoong Brido R. Pedroche. Mula dito sa Bilad High School na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa.
Bahagi mo.
Radyo Pilipino.
Saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, ano mang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang Kabahagi Mo Radyo Pilipino. Napapakinggan on air, and online, sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com.
Radiopilipino.com.
Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy.
Kabahagi Mo.
Kabahagi Mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Nakatanggap kamakailan ng mga magsasaka ng Tarlac at Nueva Ecija ng Emancipation Patent o AP at Certificates of Land Ownership Award mula sa Department of Agrarian Reform. Tinatayag na sa 114 na Agrarian Reform beneficiaries ang nakatanggap ng EPs at 131 naman ang tumanggap ng titulo ng lupa na may ektaryang 78.2103. Pinangunahan ni Attorney Luis Menrado C. Pangulayan ang pamamahagi ng mga ito sa mga beneficiaries. Dagdag pa ni Pangulayan, nalalagdaan umano ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. ang New Agrarian Emancipation Act, isang mahalagang aktibidad para sa pag-implementa ng Agrarian Reform Program. Sa isinagawang anti-criminality campaign ng Tarlac PNP, arestado ang 60 lumabag sa batas. Sa magkakahiwalay na manhunt operations, 19 at 2 na municipal most wanted persons ang inaresto dahil sa magkakaibang kaso. 11 individual naman ang naaresto din dahil sa anti-illegal drug operations na nagresulta sa pagkakakumpiska ng 30 plastic sachet na naglalaman ng hinihinalang shabu. Habang 25 individual naman ang nahuli dahil sa illegal na pagsusugal na nagresulta sa pagkakakumpiska ng taya na mahigit kumulang 20,850 pesos. Habang 5 individual naman ang inaresto rin sa pagresponde ng pulisya. Ayon kay Police Colonel Erwin Osangke, Provincial Director, patuloy ang pagsasagawa ng Tarlac PNP ng anti-criminality campaign upang masiguro ang kaligtasan ng bawat TarlakHenyo. Pinangunahan kamakailan ni na Concepcion Mayor Noel Villanueva, Vice Mayor Carla Bautista, katuwang ilang membro ng Sangguniang Bayan, Provincial Environment and Natural Resources at iba pang kinatawan ng bayan ang naganap na Arbor Day 2023. Ang Arbor Day ay isang aktibidad kung saan nagkaroon ng tree planting activity ang mga ito. Ilan sa mga itinanim na seedlings ay ang nara, yakal, banaba, ayangili at talisay. Layunin ng aktibidad na lumago ang mga ito para sa susunod pang henerasyon. Samantala, ipinagdiwang kamakailan ng Pride Month sa bayan ng Concepcion kung saan nakiisa sa selebrasyon ang mga membro ng LGBTQIA+ community at iba pang mga tao. Binigyang diin naman ni Municipal Legal Officer Attorney Myla Matic, isa sa mga organizer, ang kahalagahan ng pagkakaisa at paggalang sa mga LGBTQIA+ community at pagiging tunay na kinikilala bilang bahagi ng komunidad. Nakatanggap kamakailan ng mga toolkits mula sa TESDA ang 50 na graduates ng Special Training for Employment Program o STEP ng ahensya. Ang mga ito ay nagsipagtapos ng Produce Organic Concoctions Leading to Organic Agriculture Production NC2. Naganap ang pamamahagi sa Josephine Integrated Farm School sa Barangay San Roque, Municipality of La Paz at Barangay Balingcanaway, Tarlac. Ang nasabing programa ay alinsunod sa scholarship program ng Provincial Training Center Tarlac, kung saan ang mga naging benepisyaryo ay maaaring gamitin ang mga skills na kanilang natutunan. Karamihan sa mga benepisyaryo ay mga farmers at farmer workers. Naroon sa aktibidad sina OIC Provincial Director Leonardo Tabamo, OIC ng PTC Tarlac, Engineer Alvin T. Castro, Vocational Instruction Supervisor Engineer Norman C. Garcia, Trainer Marilyn Ansing, at mga barangay officials ng mga beneficiaries. Ibinahagi ni Capas Mayor Roseller Bots Rodriguez ang entabladong ipinatayo ng LGU Capas sa Capas High School Senior High School at sa Capas Gabaldon Elementary School. Aniya, layunin ng proyekto na makapagbigay ng isang mainam na lugar para sa mga events at aktibidad ng mga mag-aaral. Dagdag pa nito, ang pagpapatayo ng bagong entablado ay isang malaking hakbang para sa pag-unlad ng mga mag-aaral at guro sa paaralan. Sumisimbolo rin umano ito ng suporta ng LGU Capas sa kalidad ng edukasyon sa bayan, maging sa pagbibigay ng pagkakataon na lalong malinang ang mga kasanayan, talento at potensyal ng mga mag-aaral sa lahat ng aspeto ng kultura at malawak na edukasyon. Para sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26, ako si Jam Torio, nagbabalita.
Lumahok sa isinagawang training ng Tarlac Provincial Social Welfare and Development Office, katuwang Philippine Army, Philippine National Police at ng Provincial Government of Tarlac ang ilang TarlakHenyong dating miyembro ng CTG. Ang nasabing aktibidad ay tungkol sa training on laws on children and women and orientation of government agencies on its program and services, kung saan binigyan linaw ang kahalagan ng pagkakaroon ng kaalaman sa mga batas at programa ng iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan. Kalakip ng nasabing programa ang pagbibigay ng allowance at grocery packs para sa lahat ng lumahok. Nangako naman ang pamahalaan ng probinsya ng Tarlac na ipagpapatuloy nila ang magandang serbisyo para iparamdam ang pagpapahalaga at pagmamahal ng gobyerno para sa kanila. Para sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26, ako si Razel Espirito, nagbabalita.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Good day, grade 9 students. In these exceptional times, while coping with this global pandemic, learning will continue and quality education must be delivered. I am grateful that you are watching and listening to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC, Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am R.M. Tabulina, your teacher broadcaster in TLE, Electrical Installation and Maintenance Grade 9. Broadcasting live at La Paz, Tarlac, this is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. A pleasant day to all, and most especially to our student listeners. I am grateful that despite the effects of this COVID-19 pandemic in our lives, you are still willing to learn. And to our dear parents and guardians, we would like to thank you for your tireless support. Now, dear students, are you ready for our new lesson for today? But before we start, please make it sure that you are in the most comfortable place, away from any distraction. Check your connection as well as your speakers or headset so that you can hear me loud and clear. And of course, don't forget to prepare your ballpen, paper, and compendium of notes in EIM 9. If you have any question about our lesson, feel free to ask using our comment section. After going through this module, you are expected to, number 1, identify the types of signal and alarm system. Number 2, discuss the importance of installing signal and alarm system. Or number 3, lay out and install signal and alarm system with lighting fixtures. And for number 4, observe safety measures while doing the activity. Today, we will focus our discussion on industrial arts, electrical installation and maintenance. Our topic is all about types of signal and alarm system. Are you ready to listen, my dear students? But before we proceed to our new topic, let's start by reviewing our past lesson, which is all about the GFCI. Can you still remember what the meaning of GFCI and its purpose? Yes, very good. GFCI stands for Ground Fault Circuit Interrupter, and it's used against shock and electrocution. GFCI passing through the device and returning through the device or a leak of current from the circuit. About the 3 types of ground fault circuit interrupters. Can you name them? Yes, you are right. The 3 types of GFCIs are: first, we have the GFCI outlet. It is like a standard electrical outlet and protects any appliance plugged into it. And the GFCI outlet can also be wired to protect other outlets that are connected to it. Next, we have the GFCI circuit breaker. It controls and protects an entire circuit, and it is installed as a replacement for a standard circuit breaker in a home's main circuit board. And lastly, we have the portable GFCI. It is simply an extension cord combined with a GFCI. Great job, my dear students. And now, prepare yourself for another lesson. Let's begin. Open your compendium of notes in TBE EIM 9 on page 14. Our lesson for today is all about the types of signal and alarm system. Before I proceed, my dear students, with our topic for today, allow me to ask this remarkable question. What is the importance of installing signal and alarm system into our house or establishment? Yes, you are right. The importance and purpose of installing signal and alarm system is to let the user and the appropriate authorities know whenever there is an emergency. This includes an intrusion, fire, environmental problem, or medical crisis. An alarm device is a mechanism that gives an audible, visual, or other kind of alarm signal to alert people to a problem or condition that requires urgent attention. One of the main benefits of having an alarm system is to protect valuable belongings. Here are the different types of signal and alarm system. First, we have the electric bell. It is an alarm that produces an audible alarm tone when electrical energy is applied. For our trivia, did you know that electric bells have been widely used for railroad crossings, telephones, fire, as school bells, doorbells, and alarm in industrial plants since the late 1800s? But they are now being widely replaced by electronic sounders. Isn't it that amazing, my dear students? For the parts of electric bell, it consists of 4 parts. The first part is the electromagnet. It is a magnetic wire around the insulated soft iron bolt. It produces a strong magnetic attraction. Second, the hammer or beater. It is also called striker. This is a small ball attached to the armature which strikes the gong. Next, we have the gong bell. It is a concave disc that produces loud sound when struck by the hammer. And for number 4, is the adjustable contacts. It serves as the contact switch to the spring. The next type of signal and alarm system is the buzzer. A buzzer is an alarming device that produces a buzzing sound, which is caused by the rapid vibration of armature. The sound of buzzer is not loud as bell, considering the structure that bell has gong, while buzzer has a thin metal that produces sound. But they operate in the same principles. Buzzer has main two parts, namely, number one, electromagnet. The function of electromagnet is to attract and repels thin metal sheet which move rapidly back and forth. And number two, metal strip. It is a thin sheet of electromagnetic materials which vibrates when electromagnet is energized and produces a buzzing sound. Signal and alarm are just like installing lighting circuit, which involve switch or push button, signal equipment, and conductors. The signal and alarm system may come in remote control, automatic, or manual in nature. These devices includes the buzzer, the bell, the signal light, and the like. The conductor of this system uses a small wire commonly numbered 18 or 16 copper wires, solid or stranded. Next, we have the burglar alarm system. Push-button devices are installed on door, walls, windows, doormat, and some strategic places where the burglars intruders are likely to pass. And it has two types. For number one, the open circuit alarm system. In this system, the circuit switches are installed on doors, window switches that automatically open and close as soon as the door or window is forced to open, causing the bell to ring. And number two, the closed circuit burglar alarm. The closed circuit burglar alarm system operates the same way as the open type system. The only difference is the position of the switch and the use of relay. You have a few options when it comes to deciding on what an alarm system to protect your home or business. When making your decision, be sure weigh the option and pick the alarm system with benefits that align with your unique needs. But nowadays, CCTV camera was also installed for security. A CCTV is an excellent way to keep your home and its perimeter more secure. Whether you want to see what is happening into your house. So what is a CCTV system? A CCTV or closed circuit television is the use of video cameras that transmit signal to a specific place on a limited set of monitors. Cameras and monitors enable you to view live events and record archived footages for later reference. The following are the components of CCTV. Number one, DVR or Digital Video Recorder. Number two, security cameras. Number three, monitor. Number four, power supply. And for number five, CCTV accessories. There you have it, my dear students. Those are the types of signal and alarm system. Dear students, right now you will be watching a video demonstration about the step-by-step on how to install one valve controlled by one gang switch with buzzer. Watch carefully and list down all the procedures being discussed in the video lesson.
Good day, grade and learners. Today, I'm going to demonstrate about the step-by-step on how to install one valve controlled by one gang switch with buzzer. So here are the following procedures. For number one, prepare the necessary tools, materials, and equipment. For number two, read, interpret the schematic diagram. Number three, wear appropriate PPEs. And for number 4, lay out and measure the position of electrical materials based on the given schematic diagram.
right. Based on our video lesson, we have learned and understand on how to lay out and install electrical lighting fixtures with buzzer properly. Always remember, my dear students, while we are doing our electrical wirings activities inside and outside our laboratories or shop areas, always follow the proper procedures. Don't forget your job plan or wiring diagram, because this will serve as your guide to avoid accidents and for you to have a better output. There you have it, my dear students. We are done with our lesson for today. To wrap up our discussion, a while ago we have discussed the different types of signal and alarm system, which are electric bell, the buzzer, burglar alarm wiring, components of CCTV, and also how to install and lay out lighting fixtures with buzzer. For the continuation of our discussion, let's now have an activity to test what you have learned. Get a sheet of paper to measure your understanding on the topic we have discussed. It is a multiple choice. Select the correct answer. I will read the question once, so listen very carefully. For number 1, it is an alarm that produces an audible alarm tone when electrical energy is supplied. Is it letter A, electric bell, letter B, electrical plan, letter C, buzzer, or letter D, CCTV? I'll give you a few seconds to answer. For number 2 question, it is an alarming device that produces a buzzing sound, which is caused by the rapid vibration of armature. Is it letter A, electromagnet, letter B, buzzer, or letter C, monitor, or letter D, DVR? I'll give you a few seconds to answer. Next, question number 3. It is the recommended size of wire used for signal and alarm system. Letter A, wire number 18 or 16. Letter B, wire number 12. Letter C, wire number 10. Or letter D, wire number 8. I'll give you a few seconds to answer. And for number 4 question, it is a small ball attached to the armature which strikes the gong. What part of the electric bell is this? Is it A, mouse, letter B, connector, letter C, hammer, or letter D, CCTV? I'll give you a few seconds to answer. And for our last question, number 5, it is the purpose of using the signal and alarm system. Letter A, to scare an intruder. Letter B, alerting occupants. Letter C, managing risk. Or letter D, all of the above. I'll give you a few seconds to answer. All right. Are you ready to check your answers, my dear learners? Here we go. Here are the answers. Number 1 is letter A, electric bell. For number 2, it's letter B, buzzer. For number 3, it's letter A, wire number 18 or 16. And for number 4, it's letter C, hammer or beater. For number 5, it's letter D, all of the above. Okay, count your correct answers. For those who get a perfect score, job well done. And for those who did not get a perfect score, don't worry. At least you tried your best. Now, let's proceed to our performance task. For your activity for today, you're going to install and lay out lighting fixtures with buzzer based on the lesson that we have discussed earlier. Take note, my dear students. When you are ready to perform your task, you may ask the assistance of your guardians or parents to observe you while you are doing your activity to avoid any unnecessary incidents. You are going to document your performance using videos or pictures. You may send your output to my Gmail account at rntabulina02@gmail.com. You may also send your performance to our messenger group chat. I will check your output based on the given rubrics, here as follows. For accuracy, you will have 40 points, quality 30 points, method 20 points, and the remaining 10 points is for the speed, for a total of 100 points. All right, that ends our session for this day. Thank you, dear students, for participating and actively listening. If you have some questions and clarification, just text me through my number 0938-6973-768. Again, it's 0938-6973-768. I hope you enjoyed our on-air live discussion about electrical installation and maintenance. It has been a great day serving you all. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Division of Tarlac Province, in cooperation with DCTC 828 AM station. I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to Dr. Nancy C. De La Rosa, our Education Program Supervisor in TLE, and to our ever-supportive Principal of La Paz National High School, Sir Alexander R. Amigo, and of course, to the TVE Department Head Teacher 3, Madam Meros P. Garcia. Maraming salamat po. Again, I am Teacher RNM Tabulina, your Grade 9 TLE anchor for today. Saying, in TLE, we aim for knowledge, skills, and progress. Until next time, goodbye and God bless.
Handa ka na bang pumasok sa mundo ng sports? Kung ready ka na, welcome sa headquarters ng Usapang Sports, Sports Minded. Saksihan ang inspiring, unfiltered moments kasama ang mga paborito mong athletes and sports legends at ang mga secrets to win mula mismo sa mga bigating coaches. Sports Minded. Uplifting stories. Breathtaking adventures. And real-life conversations on and off the court. This is your exclusive access to the celebrities of sports. Sports Minded. Sports Minded. Sports Minded. Sabado, alas 11 ng umaga sa Radyo Pilipino at alas 12 ng tanghali sa 1FM. Mapapanood rin sa Radyo Pilipino at 1FM Facebook pages. Sports Minded. Sports Minded. Sports Minded. One FM. This is your one.
My only one.
One lang yan.
The only one.
One FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. One FM. One FM. Your only one FM. One FM. Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
Ang ASEAN New Zealand Afforestation Project o ANZAP ay sumusunod at umaayon sa isa sa 5 haligi ng Provincial Government of Tarlac, kalikasan muna. Although Tarlac is landlocked, the province is teeming with natural resources and beauty, and we TarlakHenyos are the stewards of this bounty.
Alam niyo ba na ang Great Barrier Reef ay ang pinakamalaking living structure on Earth? Matatagpuan ito sa baybayin ng Queensland sa Australia. Ito ay pinamamahayan ng 3,000 coral reefs at 900 coral islands na matatagpuan sa ilalim ng Coral Sea. May haba itong higit sa 2,000 kilometers at makikita lamang sa outer space. Ngunit, dahil sa fragile coral colony nito, unti-unti na itong nasisira sa paglipas ng panahon at dulot na rin ng climate change, polusyon at man-made disasters. Alam nyo na, yan ang Great Barrier Reef.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid,
Aral TarlakHenyo,
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828,
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahim papawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
Mula rito sa Borok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Naimbag nga aldaw Tarlac. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am Norman Ramos Solentino, your teacher broadcaster for Health Grade 9. Join me as we learn together in this 25 minutes of meaningful discussion. Time check. It's exactly 4:30 in the afternoon. And you are watching Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac via remote live broadcast from Moncada, Tarlac. Before we start, I just want to make some important reminders before listening to our broadcast. Make sure that you are in a quiet, relaxed, and comfortable place when listening. Make sure that you have a copy of your module, compendium of notes, class or learning activity sheet to better understand our lesson for today. An important reminder to all our listeners, especially to our dear students and parents. Please feel free and comfortable enough to ask questions during and after this broadcast. You can post your questions, clarifications, and queries via FB live stream of Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Post a message on our class GC or through SMS. You can message me directly, your teacher broadcaster, on my number 0968 464 113. I'll try my best to answer all your questions, queries, and clarification before our broadcast ends.
Once again, you can reach me through my number 0968-464-113. I am looking forward to receive questions and clarifications from you about our discussion for today. Before we formally start our lesson for today, let's have a short recap about the previous topic. Are you ready? Let's begin. What is injury? An injury is damage to your body. It is a general term that refers to harm caused by accidents, falls, hits, weapons, and more. These injuries range from minor to life-threatening. Injuries can happen at work or play, indoors or outdoors, driving a car or walking across the street. There are two classifications of injuries. The two are the unintentional and intentional. Unintentional injuries refers to injuries that are unplanned and typically preventable when proper safety precautions are followed. The injury occurs in a short period of time and the harmful outcome was not sought. Give some examples of unintentional injuries. Drowning, another. Motor accident, good. Some more. Heat stroke, okay. And we have also heart attack, that's good. Now, let's talk about intentional injury. So, the term intentional is used to refer to injuries resulting from purposeful human action, whether directed at oneself or others. Intentional injuries include self-inflicted and interpersonal acts of violence intended to cause harms. Based on the definition given, can you give examples of intentional injury? Yes, we have suicide, good. Domestic violence, we have also bullying. Another is stalking. Some more, kidnapping and abduction. And lastly, we have sexual abuse. Once again, those are some examples of intentional injury. Congratulations! You have a very good memory, and I'm happy that you still remember what Ma'am Abby discussed. Welcome to your another safety adventure. This will be another and new exciting trip where you will learn new things to widen your horizon. Good luck again and have a safety journey. The basic necessities of mankind include food, clothing, and shelter. However, it is not enough that we have these basic needs if we are living in fear and uncertainty of danger every day. Today, one rising necessity that we need to focus on is safety. We are always exposed to dangers, whether we are young or old, rich or poor. It is therefore necessary that we are aware of what these possible dangers are, how all of this can affect us, and how we can prevent ourselves to prevent them from happening or minimize the effects if they happen to us. This module focuses on intentional injuries that you may be exposed to. Through proper information, this module aims to equip you with the knowledge and understanding of the types of intentional injuries that might happen to you as well as its risk to your health. In the end, we hope that you will be able to prevent intentional injuries as well as maintain a healthful behavior that will promote a culture of non-violence. Intentional injuries are injuries resulting from violence. It can be divided into two. The first one is self-inflicted, when a person harms himself or herself on purpose. And the second one is assault, when the person or persons harm another on purpose. Now, Let us talk about suicide and parasuicide. Suicide is the intentional taking of one's own life. Many of those who attempt suicide do not receive mental and emotional counseling because their families try to hide the problem because they are ashamed of it. Because of this, the problem is not solved and the attempt to commit suicide happens again. Studies also indicate that other family members are also at risk of committing suicide. On the other hand, a suicide attempt in which a person does not intend to die is called parasuicide. It is often for a cry for help, meaning the person wants others to know what she or he is feeling. Despite this, parasuicide should be taken seriously because it may lead also to that. How will you recognize a person who has suicidal tendencies? You can't see what a person is feeling on the inside, so it isn't always easy to identify when someone is having suicidal thoughts. However, some outward warning signs that a person may be contemplating suicide includes the following. Number 1, talking about feeling hopeless, trapped, or alone. Number 2, saying they have no reason to go on living. Another, making a will or giving away personal possessions. Number 4, searching for a means of doing personal harm, such as buying a gun. Another, they sleeping too much or too little. Number 6, eating too little or eating too much, resulting in significant weight gain or loss. Number 7, engaging in reckless behaviors, including excessive alcohol or drug consumption. Number 8, avoiding social interactions with others. Number 9, expressing rage or intentions to seek revenge. Number 10, showing signs of extreme anxiousness or agitation. Number 11, having dramatic mood swings. And lastly, talking about suicide as a way out. It can feel scary, but taking action and getting someone the help they need may help prevent a suicide attempt or death. If you suspect that a family member or friend may be considering suicide, talk to them about your concerns. You can begin the conversation by asking questions in a non-judgmental and non-confrontational way. Talk openly and don't be afraid to ask direct questions such as, "Are you thinking about suicide?" And during the conversation, make sure you stay calm and speak in a reassuring tone. Acknowledge that their feelings are legitimate. Another, offer support and encouragement. Number 4, tell them that help is available and they can feel better with treatment. Make sure not to minimize their problems or attempt at shaming them into changing their mind. Listening and showing your support is the best way to help them. You can also encourage them to seek help from a professional. A Philippine study conducted for the development of suicide prevention strategy showed that commonly used methods by those who decided to end their lives include hanging, strangulation, and suffocation. For those who tried to kill themselves but ended up with just injuries, the prepared means range from self-poisoning, mainly ingestion of silver cleaner, to exposure to other chemicals and poisonous substances. Aside from these methods, there were also cases of drug overdose, using firearms to kill oneself, jumping from one height, and drowning. And among the youth, self-cutting has been observed in some of those that suffer from major depression. Now, let's move on. What is domestic violence? Domestic violence is an act that includes physical assault, sexual abuse, and verbal abuse. These are behaviors that are used by one person in a relationship who tries to control the other. This may occur to partners who may be married or not married. They may be heterosexual or homosexual couples and may be living together, separated, or dating. Domestic violence includes abuse and actions such as, number 1, name calling or put downs. Calling your names or telling that you are stupid, publicly embarrassing you, blaming you for everything. Number 2, isolation. Limiting your freedom of movement, stopping you from contacting other people, such as friends or family. It may also include stopping you from doing the things you normally do. Number 3, rejection. Constantly rejecting your thoughts and ideas and opinions. Number 4, causing fear. Making you feel afraid, intimidated, or threatened. Number 5, financial abuse. Controlling or withholding your money, preventing you from working or studying, stealing from you. Financial abuse is another form of domestic violence. And lastly, number 6, bullying and intimidation. Purposely and repeatedly saying or doing things that are intended to hurt you. Domestic violence can happen in any relationship regardless of ethnic group, income level, religion, education, or sexual orientation. Abuse may occur between a married people or between an unmarried people, living together or in dating relationship. It happens in heterosexual, gay, and lesbian relationships. However, researchers have found that some people are more likely to become the victims of domestic violence. A likely victim has self-poor image, puts up with abusive behavior, is economically and emotionally dependent on the abuser, is uncertain of his or her own needs. Another has low self-esteem. Yes, we have also has realistic belief that he or she can change the abuser. Another feels powerless to stop violence. And lastly, believes that jealousy is proof of love. While abuse can happen to anyone, women are by far the most frequent victims, and men are the most frequent abusers. There are some children who experience domestic violence in their homes. Their parents may think that their children do not know about the violence, but most of the time, the children are aware of it. They can feel helpless, scared, and upset. Some of them blame themselves as they feel like the violence is their fault. Nevertheless, children in a violent home experience different problems as they grow up, and these problems do not go away on their own. They can be there even as the child gets older. And now, let's have a quiz about our lesson for today. This is only a 5-item quiz. You can write your answer on your Mappy notebook or simply post your answer via FB live stream of Aral TarlakHenyo on RTV channel 26. Here is the direction. Write the letter of the best answer. Are you ready? Okay, let's proceed. Number 1. Which is a risk factor C. History of trauma and abuse. Letter D. A strong connection to family and community support. Number 2. Which is not a verbal abuse? A. Words that hurt. D. Words that are used to explain to a child his or her mistake. D. Words that can cause a gradual diminishing of self-confidence. Number 3. Why does domestic violence happen? A. The abuse in a stressful relationship. B. The abuser is trying to control the victim. C. The couple do not have much money and this causes stress in the relationship. D. All of the above. Number 4. Why do some victims of sexual abuse remain quiet and do not report the incident? A. The victim is threatened by the abuser. B. The victim ignores or tolerates the abuse. C. The victim feels hopelessness. And D. All of the above. Number 5. Which of the following is not an intentional injury? A. Fraternity hazing. B. Suicide attempt. C. Suicide bombing. D. Vehicular accident. Okay, let's try to check your answers. Here are the answers. For number 1, that's letter C. Number 2, letter C. Number 3, it's letter D. Number 4, letter D. And number 5, letter D. Okay, I hope you got the items correctly. For those who are not, there will always be a next time. What is important is that you have tried hard and you have been honest. For your activity in today's discussion, kindly refer to your learning activity sheet. This will be your assignment for today's broadcast. The title of the activity is, What Can I Do? On a short band paper, make a slogan, poster with a message regarding your passion and promise of maintaining a culture of non-violence. And these are the criteria. Creativity, 5. Neatness of work, 5. Message, 5. With a total of 15 points. You can submit this online to your teachers or submit it on Friday on the schedule of retrieval and distribution of modules in your own schools for modular learners. Once again, don't forget to watch us live on Facebook from 8 a.m. to 5:30 in the afternoon, from Monday to Friday, for more radio-based lessons based on the most essential learning competencies. Please also take time to like and share our Facebook page, RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Once again, this has been your teacher broadcaster, feeling thankful, humbled, and privileged to have served you all. I am Norman Tolentino from Sapang National High School, now signing off. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, the Saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Ito ang kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino. Napapakinggan on air, and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo, Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Naibigay na ang unang batch ng mga prosthetics na handog ni Tarlac 1st District Representative Congressman Jaime Coangco para sa mga piling benepisyaryo mula sa bayan ng Pura, Ramos at Moncada. Noong Pebrero 2023, nagsimulang dalhin ni Congressman Jaime ang mga pasyente sa Jose B. Lingad Memorial General Hospital at Mediwalk, Pampanga upang matignan ng mga eksperto. At kamakailan lamang ay naibigay na ang mga prosthetics sa mga benepisyaryo. Pinasalamatan naman ni Congressman Jaime ang mga bumubuo at ang mga staff ng nasabing mga ospital na katuwang sa inisyatibang ito, maging ang lahat ng suporta at tulong upang maisakatuparan ito. Dagdag pa ng congressman na simula pa lang ito at patuloy ang kanyang pagbibigay ng tulong sa mga tao. Nagsagawa ang Department of Trade and Industry Tarlac Provincial Office ng skills training sa mung bean processing para sa mga membro ng Comillas Farmers Field School Agriculture Cooperative sa La Paz, Tarlac. Ayon kay Paulo Manese, specialist ng Trade Industry Development, ang aktibidad na ito ay alinsunod sa ilalim ng DTI Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program na may layuning pakilala ang mga mabibiling produkto sa kooperatiba gamit ang mung beans, isang pananim na kanilang ginagawa. Dagdag pa nito, noong nakipag-ugnayan umano ang grupo sa DTI, nakita sa kanila ang determinasyon na gumawa ng mga item mula sa mung beans o munggo na isa sa kanilang mga pangunahing pananim. Ang pagsasanay na ito ay isang pagkakataon para sa kanila na magsimula na isang bagong modelo ng negosyo na magdaragdag ng halaga sa kanilang mga produkto. Itinuro ni resource speaker na si Danilo Gakusan ang proseso ng paggawa ng hopia bread, turon, mochi at bochi gamit ang munggo bilang pangunahing sangkap. Tinalakay din niya sa nasabing aktibidad ang kahalagahan ng kaligtasan ng pagkain sa lugar ng produksyon upang maiwasan ang panganib ng sakit na dala ng pagkain. Samantala, tinalakay din ang basics of entrepreneurship sa ilalim ng Negosyo Center La Paz. Bumisita kamakailan sa lungsod ng Tarlac ang iba't ibang travel agency companies bilang parte ng kanilang second general membership at business meeting. Ilan sa mga bumisita ay ang National Association of Independent Travel Agencies at Tarlac Agencies of Travel and Tour Org, Inc. Binisita ng mga ito ang Katedral ng Tarlac na siyang nagsilbing tanggapan ng pamahalaan ng unang Republika ng Pilipinas noong 1899, ang Tarlac City Wonderland Plaza at ang Kaisa Convention Hall. Samantala, isinagawa kamakailan ng isang job fair sa pamumuno ni Tarlac City Mayor Kirsty Angeles. Katuwang ang peso, ang isinagawang local recruitment activity ay nilahukan ng ilang mga aplikante kung saan 6 ang hired on the spot. Para sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26, ako si Jam Torio, nagbabalita.
Ginanap kamakailan ng Bubble Fun Run bilang parte ng selebrasyon ng Pride Month sa probinsya ng Tarlac sa pamumuno ni Governor Susan Yap. Ilang mga TARLAKHENYO ang nakilahok at nakisaya sa nasabing aktibidad kung saan nabigyan ng mga ito ng libreng t-shirt. Bukod pa rito, nagkaroon din ng libreng HIV testing at contraceptives. Nagwagi si Jeric Motea ng 2,000 pesos at medalya bilang first runner-up. Nag-uwi naman sina John Raul Carion, Daniel Esguera, Johnny Doyugan, Mark Anthony King at Nico Santos ng 1,000 pesos at medalya bilang mga runner-up. Nagpaabot din ng mensahe si Governor Susan Yap para sa mga miyembro ng LGBTQIA+ community. Aniya, ating taas noong ipagdiwang, ipagmalaki ang bandila ng bahaghari. Para sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26, ako si Joyce Munda, nagbabalita.
One 1FM. 1FM. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. 1 FM. 1 FM. Your only 1 FM. 1 FM.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas? Dahil dito nagmumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Ng ating Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo dito sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at sabay napapakinggan sa DEPED 828 FM Radio at napapanood via Converge TV Channel 100 sa FB Live ng FB page ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at FB page ng DEPED Tarlac Province. Ako po ang inyong segment host, Sir Kevin Chasser M. Pura, ang AP leader ng Arangoren Integrated School High School Department at isang kasalo enthusiast. So ngayong hapon ay makakasama po natin ang isa sa napakahusay ng guro ng Araling Panlipunan. Walang iba kundi ang Master Teacher 1 ng San Pedro High School, Ma'am May R. Tolentino. Magandang hapon, Ma'am May.
Good afternoon, Sir Chester.
Alright, so kasama din po natin ang magaling na kasamahan natin sa Araling Panlipunan na feeling ko memorize niya lahat ng DepEd orders. Walang iba kundi ang Master Teacher 2 ng San Felipe High School, Dr. Jomel P. Calderon. Magandang hapon, sir.
Good afternoon po sa inyong lahat.
Alright, so muli magandang hapon, Doc May and Doc Jomel. So welcome po sa ating Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo sa Division Virtual Project Kasalo sa Radyo. So bago tayo magsimula sa ating kalakayan, may gusto po kayong batiin, Ma'am May at Sir Jomel. Mauna tayo, of course, kay Ma'am May.
Naimbag naman lang, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat ng taga-subaybay sa ating Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, Kasalo sa Radyo. Naway nasa mabuti po tayong kalagayan and always safe sa banta ng COVID-19 virus. Inaanyayahan namin kayong lahat na tumutok mula umpisa hanggang sa dulo ng pagtalakay sa panibago na namang kaalaman tungkol sa ating kasaysayang lokal sa Tarlac. Specifically, nakapokus ito iti ili iti Anaw, bayan ng Anaw.
Alright, maraming salamat Ma'am May. Sir Joe, may gusto po ba kayong batiin?
Na imbag nga malen, kadakiti amin nga buya kan agdingdingeg dito ay RTV Channel 26, lalong-lalo na po sa mga guro at mga estudyante ng aking pinagsisilbihang paaralan, ang San Felipe National High School dito sa bayan ng San Manuel. Tara na po at samahan niyo po kami sa pag-aaral sa araw na ito.
Alright, maraming salamat Ma'am May and Sir Joe. Of course, babatiin ko rin po ang lahat ng ating mga nanonood via FB Live at mga nakikinig sa radyo. Lalong-lalo na po ang mga guro sa Aranguran Integrated School High School Department, maging ang aming mga estudyante. Muli, magandang hapon po. So ngayong hapon ay tatalakayin at pag-uusapan natin, Ma'am May and Sir Jomel, ang kasaysayan ng Bayan ng Anaw. Right? So ang Bayan ng Anaw pala ay unang nakilala bilang Sityong Balite. Dahil ang unang tirahan ng mga mamamayang lumikas dito ay ng Sapa or ng Danau, kung saan maraming mga puno ng balite. Ngunit sa kalaunan, napalitan ang pangalang balite sa Anaw. Okay? Ang pangalang Anaw ay inango sa salitang anahaw, anawang at danaw na karaniwang tumutubo, ginagamit at tinitirahan ng mga mamamayan na lumikas sa pook na ito. Pero papaano nga ba ang kasaysayan kung bakit naging bayan ang Anaw, Ma'am May?
Actually, Sir Chester, ang bayan ng Anaw ay dating baryo ng bayan ng Paniki, na dati namang sakop ng lalawigan ng Pangasinan. Ito ay naging ganap na nagsasariling bayan noong ika-16 ng Marso 1870 sa pamamagitan ng tulong ni Don Juan de la Torre ng Paniki. Pinangalanan itong Anaw de la Torre ng Paniki, hango sa tumulong sa kanyang ganap na pagsasarili. Sa kalaunan, ang bayang Anaw de la Torre ay naging Anaw na lamang. At sa kasalukuyan, ang bayan ng Anaw ay kilala sa halamang ilang-ilang at ilan sa mga produktong galing sa bulaklak na ito. Actually, ang Anaw ay tinagurian siyang ilang-ilang capital of the Philippines. Natatandaan ko ang nagpasimula ng pagtatanim ng ilang-ilang sa bayan ng Anaw ay ang dating mayor na si Mayor Clemente Apuan. At sa pamamagitan ng ilang-ilang na ito, nakapagbigay ito ng kabuhayan sa mga taga-Anaw na kagaya ko. Dahil sa yung ilang-ilang ay pinaprocess nila ito. Yung extract ng oil ay ginagawa nila ito na ginagamit ito para sa aromatherapy. Andyan din na ginagawa na pabango, even also sabon at saka shampoo. At sa katunayan, bilang pagkilala sa tulong ng ilang-ilang sa bayan ng Anaw, ay meron silang ginaganap na ilang-ilang festival tuwing Marso 16 kada taon. At ito ay kasabay ng founding anniversary ng Anaw.
Alright, Ma'am May, napaka-informative ng senior nyo. Sigurado ako na napakahalimuyak ng bayan ng Anaw dahil sagana ito sa bulaklak ng ilang-ilang. At pati na rin sa mga produkto mula sa bulaklak na ito. Pero, paano nga ba nagsimula ang Anaw bilang bayan? Ano-ano yung mga pangkat na unang nanirahan sa bayan ng Anaw, Sir Jomel?
Okay, Sir Chester, bago dumating ang mga Kastila, ang mga mamamayan ng Anaw ay mula sa bayan ng Payao sa sa Ilocos Norte. Kung kaya ang nakararami, maging sa kasalukuyan ay mga Ilocano. Mula sa Ilocos, sila ay huminto sa Kamiling na noon ay bahagi ng Pangasinan. Nagpatuloy sila sa paglalakbay hanggang marating ang nooy magubat at madamong kalupaan ng bayan ng Anaw. Kabilang sa 12 pamilyang unang nanirahan sa Anaw, ang pamilya nina Gregorio Concepcion, Cosme Capuciano, Bruno Evangelista, ang pamilyang Javier, Blanco, Hurtado, at Paginto. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, Sir Chester, isa sa mga pamilyang ito, ang apelyido ng mga pamilyang ito ay hinango ang isa sa mga tinuturing ngayong barangay ng Anaw, at yun ay ang Paginto.
Alright, Sir Jumel. Kaya pala halos Ilocano lahat ng dialektong sinasalita sa bayan ng Anao dahil halos galing sa Ilocos yung mga pamilya na bumuo sa bayan na ito. Alright? So dahil siguro ay Ilocano, sigurado ako na meron ding mga pinaniniwalaan ang mga bayan ng Anao. Ano-ano ba yung mga paniniwala at kaugalian na mga ito, Ma'am May?
Naku, Sir Chastor, tama ka. Na talagang ang mga Ilocano ay masyadong mapamahiin. Even nga ako, mapamahiin ako. So, naririto yung ilan sa mga kaugalian at paniniwala ng mga kagaya kong mga Ilocano. Actually, even si Sir Jomel ay isa ring Ilocano. So, una, di paghahalo sa kalabasa at manok dahil ito'y pwede itong maging dahilan daw ng sakit na ketong. Nakakatawa, no? Pero ito yung pinaniniwalaan. Pangalawa, although wala naman itong scientific basis. So even ako, kung minsan ay naniniwala, even yung family ko. Pangalawa, pag-aalay ng pagkain sa patay na tinatawag nilang atang dahil sa paniniwalang may buhay sa kabilang buhay. Pangatlo, di paglilibing ng patay na kamag-anak kung Martes at Biyernes dahil mahihirapan daw ang patay sa kabilang buhay. So ang mga ito walang mga scientific basis pero kaming mga Ilocano is sinusunod namin ito dahil naniniwala kami, wala namang mawawala kasi kung susundin mo. Kasi baka kung may mangyari, ito yung parang, kasi hindi ko sinunod itong mga bagay na ito. Kaya kami, na mga Ilocano, hindi ko lang alam kung lahat ay sinusunod itong mga ganitong paniniwala at mga pamahiin. So naririto pa ang ilan pang mga pamahiin at paniniwala namin. Pangapat dito ay paggawa sa sabsabit, tipas, pasipit, parawad at pamamanhikan, kung saan ang lalaking ikakasal ay magbibigay ng bigay kaya sa pamilya ng babae. Ang parawad naman ay ito yung perang ibinibigay sa ina ng babae sa pagpapalaki sa anak na dalaga. So actually ito, naririnig ko na ito noon pag yung mga pinsan kong mga lalaki na mamanhikan sila sa mga kasintahan nila, pinag-uusapan ng mga matatanda nun, ano naman yung hinihinging dowry ng pamilya nung babae. So, pwede itong kalabaw, pwede rin itong lupa. Depende sa kung ano yung hilingin nung pamilya nung babae. Parang kabayaran ito sa pagpapalaki, pag-aalaga ng pamilya, specifically ng nanay, sa anak niyang babae. Actually, ito sa Pangasinan naman, ito tinatawag itong pasuso naman sa Pangasinan. Okay? Parang sa atin kasi, ang nagbibigay ng dowry, mga lalaki. Samantalang sa India, kung titignan natin yung history sa India, ang nagbibigay ng dowry is kabaliktaran. Ang mga kababaihan, yung nagbibigay ng dowry sa India. Kaya naman, diba sa India is mas gugustuhin nila na ang mga anak nila ay lalaki over sa mga kababaihan dahil iniisip nila na pabigat ang mga kababaihan dahil nga sa pagbabayad o pagbibigay ng dowry sa pamilya ng lalaking kanilang mapapangasawa. Ito pa yung mga ibang mga pamahiin or paniniwala, bayanihan o pagtutulungan ng mga tao sa panahon ng pagtatanim, paggapas at paglipat ng bahay. Actually, nung bata ako, nasaksihan ko ito. Pag may ililipat na bahay, lahat ng mga kalalakihan sa barangay o sa mga magkakapit bahay, nagtutulong-tulong yan na binubuhat yung literal na bahay para i-relocate ito kung saan man nila ito ilalagay. Even sa pagtatanim, yung mga pinsan ko kasi, mga magsasakay ang mga yan, pag gapasan na yan, ang daming tumutulong. Pero yung mga tumutulong na yon ay hindi nila inuupahan. Kumbaga parang gantihan lang. Magpupunta ka dito, tutulong para pag sila naman yung mag-harvest niyan, ay pupunta ka rin ng walang bayad, walang upa. So, yun yung bayanihan. Talagang litaw na litaw sa mga Ilocano na kagaya namin ni Sir Jomel. Pang-anim, bagayan o pagtugtog ng musika sa panahon ng pagtatanim. Ito, hindi ko na ito naabutan, pero pag nagkukwentuhan yung mga matatanda sa amin, binabanggit nila yan na may mga dala-dala silang gitara, habang nagtatanim sila ay may tumutugtog. Kumbaga parang pampatanggal ng stress nila habang sila ay nagtatanim. Pampito, palusong o pag-ani ng palay sa pamamagitan ng kalabaw. At ang panghuli, inuruan o pagbayo sa isinangag na palay. Okay? Yan yung ilan lamang sa mga kaugalian at paniniwala naming mga Ilocano, Sir Chester. Actually, walang scientific basis yung mga iba doon, pero ginagawa namin dahil naniniwala kami. Maring parte ito ng kultura naming mga Ilocano.
Sorry, nakamute pala. Actually, familiar ako doon sa ibang mga kaugalian ng mga Ilocano. Kasi kapag nagpupunta kami sa mga kaibigan kong Ilocano, yung atang, kumukuha sila ng kaunti, tapos ilalagay nila somewhere. Na, parang nagtataka, para saan po yun? Tapos ang sabi nila, atang. And then, yung in-explain yung paniniwala na merong buhay sa kabilang buhay. Tsaka doon sa mga, para daw doon sa mga hindi natin nakikita. Alright? So, napakarami palang mga kaugalian at paniniwala ang mga taga-Anaw, lalong-lalo na yung mga kababayan nating Ilocano. Pero sa Anaw naman, ano ba yung kanilang pangunahing hanap buhay, Sir Jomel?
Sir Chester, bago ako magpatuloy, kasi nakita ko kanina dun sa slides, mayroon yatang typographical error. So bilang paglilinaw lamang po, ang kasaysayan na tinatalakay namin sa araw na ito ay kasaysayan po ng bayan ng Anaw at hindi ng lungsod ng Tarlac. So, upang sagutin ang iyong katanungan, Sir Chester, sa panahon ng Kastila, pagsasaka at pangingisda ang mga pangunahing hanap buhay ng mga Anawenyos. So, sa kaalaman ng lahat, Anawenyos ang katawagan sa mga mamamayan ng Anaw. Palay ang kanilang mga pangunahing itinatanim. Nagtatanim rin naman sila ng mga halamang ugat at mga gulay. Ang pangisdaan ay malapit rin sa kanilang mga sakahan. So, batay sa impormasyon na aking ibinigay, malalaman na bago pa man dumating ang mga Kastila ay katulad din ng iba pang mga lugar sa Pilipinas, pagsasaka at pangingisda ang karaniwang ikinabubuhay ng mga taga-Anaw.
Alright, so Sir Jomel, katulad din pala ng ibang bayan ng Tarlac ay pagsasaka ang pangunahing hanap buhay ng mga taga-Anaw at palay ang kanilang pangunahing itinatanim. Nagtatanim din sila actually ng ibang mga halamang ugat at mga gulay. Sila rin ang naghihilo ng mga isda sa mga sakahan. So ang mga industriya sa panahon ito ay pagsasaka katulad ng iyong sinabi, Sir Jomel, at pangingisda. Okay? So paano naman ang kalagayan politikal ng Anaw sa panahon ng mga Kastila, Ma'am May?
Sir Chester, naitatag yung bayan ng Anaw noong March 16, 1870 sa pamamagitan ni Don Juan de la Torre. Ang unang naging kapitan munisipal nito ay si Don Fruto Pastor. Samantalang si Don Florentino Flor Blanco naman ang kahuli-hulian bago sumiklab ang revolusyon. Ang president municipal ay inihalal sa pamamagitan ng pagtayo sa likuran ng mga pabor sa kanila. Nahirang sa tatlong naglaban si Francisco Flor Blanco. Pinasiyaan ng konseho noong Enero 3, 1908. Isang resolusyon ang naipasa para ibalita ang pagkamatapat nila sa pamahalaan ng Estados Unidos. Gumawa ng resolusyon bilang 4 ang Komisyon ng Pilipinas na papalitan ang Anaw ng San Jose. Subalit, hindi ito pinagtibay ng pamahalaan panlalawigan.
Alright, Ma'am May. So ganoon pala yung kalagayan politikal ng Anaw noong panahon ng mga Kastila. Pero ano ba yung kalagayan ng Anaw, Sir Jomel naman, noong panahon ng mga Amerikano.
Isa. Sir Chester, sa panahon naman ng Amerikano, taong 1905, nang pansamantalang itinalaga ang luklukan ng lokal na kapangyarihan sa bahay ni Senyor Juan Bagisi, isang kilalang Anawenyo. Naging pinuno naman ng pulisya noong panahong ito si Francisco Tinio. Kasama ang mga kapulisan sa panahong iyon, pinanatili nila ang kapayapaan at katiwasayan ng bayan. Noong 1909, pinalitan ni Florentino Lameg si Senyor Blanco. Nagbitig din sa tungkulin si Tinio bilang pinuno ng pulisya na pinalitan naman ni Sinforoso Madamba. Taong 1914, muling ibinalik sa bayan ng Paniki ang bayan ng Anao bilang isang baryo, ngunit ito ay muling naging bayan dahil sa mga katangian nitong taglay at ng mga pinuno nito. Dahil ang mga pinuno nito ay nakipaglaban din para sa pagiging malayang bayan at hindi na lamang isang maliit na baryo ng bayan ng Paniki. Napalitan naman ang tawag na pinuno ng bayan mula kapitan munisipal sa alkalde. Ang pinakaunang alkalde ng bayan ng Anao ay si Roman Evangelista na nagsilbi mula 1938 hanggang 1946.
Alright.
Yan lamang ito sa mga tala, Sir Chester, patungkol sa kasaysayan ng bayan ng Anao sa panahon ng mga Amerikano.
Alright, Sir Jomel. Napakarami palang mga mahalagang pangyayari ang naganap sa bayan ng Anao noong panahon ng mga Amerikano. Pero kumusta naman ang Anao noong panahon ng Ikatlong Republika, Ma'am May?
Okay, Sir Chester, sa panahon naman ng Ikatlong Republika, ang Anao ay nagkaroon ng pagbabago ng pamumuhay ng mga mamamayan. Nagpetisyon ang mga taga-Anao sa Land Tenure Administration na igawad sa kanila ang mga pagmamay-ari ng lupa na kinatitirikan ng kanilang mga tahanan na nilakad ng kasalukuyang alkalde noon na si Alkalde Dionisio Dumlao. Pero sa kasawiang palad naman ay natalo sa halalan noong 1983 natalo si Dionisio Dumlao ng isang retiradong opisyal na sundalong Teniente Coronel Catalino at dahil dito nabinbin ang petisyon nila.
Alright, so nakakamangha ang mga pangyayaring naganap sa Anao mula panahon ng Kastila hanggang sa panahon ng Ikatlong Republika. Makikita natin kung paano umunlad yung bayan ng Anao, particular na sa iba't ibang larangan, maging sa industriya. Pero ano-ano ba yung mga industriya sa Anao, Sir Jomel?
Maliban sa pagsasaka at pangingisda na nabanggit ko na kanina, Sir Chester, ang Anao ay pinauunlad rin ng mga small-scale and livestock industries. Marahil ang pinakakilala sa lahat ng industriya sa Anao ay walang iba kundi ang paglikha nito ng mga produkto tulad ng mga pabango, kandila, shampoo at iba pa mula sa ilang-ilang. Kaya nga katulad ng nabanggit kanina ni Doc May, kinikilala ng marami ang Anao bilang hindi lamang ilang-ilang capital ng Tarlac, kundi ilang-ilang capital din ng Pilipinas. Sa totoo lang, Sir Chester, sa mga hindi pa nakapupunta sa bayan ng Anao, pagpasok mo pa lamang sa Anao, sa teritoryo ng bayan ng Anao ay madadaanan mo na ang pulutong ng mga puno ng ilang-ilang sa tabi ng mga kalsada. Noong ako ay nasa high school noong 1990s, kasama ko si Ma'am May sa San Pedro National High School, Sir Chester, naging paksa pa na ng aming campus paper ang industriya ng ilang-ilang ng Anao sapagkat ng mga panahon na yon ay nagsisimula pa lamang ito, particularly sa development and communication page ng aming campus paper that time. At bilang karagdagang impormasyon, isa ito sa nagdala sa aming newspaper that time sa pagkapanalo nito sa National Press Code. Isa yan sa ikinamangha ng marami, no? Sir Chester, ng isang nananahimik na maliit na bayan ng Anao ay gugulatin ang lahat na kaya pala nitong makipagsabayan sa mga mas malalaking bayan.
Alright, Sir Jomel. So, kitang-kita bakas ang pag-unlad sa Anao sa pagdaan ng panahon. At saka nakakamangha yung kinuwento mo na katulad ng sinabi mo, isang nananahimik na bayan. Oo nga, kung titignan natin sa mapa ay napakaliit lamang ng Anao. Kaya nakakagulat na merong isang paaralan ang kayang makipagsabayan sa mga malalaking paaralan sa larangan ng pagsulat. Okay,
Sir
so
Chester,
yes.
gusto ko lang ding mag-add dun sa sinabi ni Sir Jomel na actually maliit nga lamang yung bayan namin ng Anao. Kung makakapunta ka doon, para lamang siya, pag nasa bayan ka, para lamang siyang barangay. Pero ang interesting dito is imagine mo nga, yung maliit na bayan ng Anao na parang barangay lang yung kanyang bayan ay itinuturing na isang ilang-ilang capital of the Philippines. Actually, pwede rin yung makonquer sana yung global market. But the problem is, unfortunately, masyadong lang maliit yung area para sa pagtatanim. Area para pagtamnan ng mga puno ng ilang-ilang. And at the same time, lalong lumiit ito dahil sa pagpapatayo ng triplex, yung portion ng lupa, yung actually 1.7 hectare na parang mini forest ng mga puno ng ilang-ilang ay nasagasaan nung pinatayo ang triplex. So yun yung isang hindi magandang epekto ng pagpapatayo ng triplex. Nabawasan yung area na pwedeng pagtamnan sana ng mga ilang-ilang. And so kahit na pwede nilang makonquer yung global market is doon sila nahihirapan, hindi sila makapag-produce ng sapat na oil para matustusan yung pangangailangan ng global market. And at the same time, manual pa rin yung kanilang ginagamit. So yun yung additional information lang, Sir Chester.
Sana'y matutukan ito ng local government ng Anao, maging ng ating national government kasi malaking industriya at napakaganda kasi ilang-ilang capital ng Pilipinas, hindi ba? Sana ay matutukan ito ng pansin para mas mapakinabangan pa ng hindi lamang ng mga taga-Anao kundi maging ng ating buong bansa. Alright, so Ma'am May, ngayon naman, sa larangan ng edukasyon at kalusugan, kumusta naman ang Anao?
Okay, Sir Chester, sa paglinang naman ng karunungan ng mga mamamayan dito, marami ang mga paaralang itinatag, 17 daycare center, 2 preschool, 4 ang mababang paaralan. Pero actually, sa ngayon ay 6 na, at isa lamang yung sekundaryang paaralan, at ito yung Anao National High School. So marami rin ang mga naging abogado, doktor, inhenyero, guro at empleyado na may mataas na katungkulan sa pamahalaan at sa mga pribadong opisina. When it comes naman sa pangangalaga ng kalusugan ng mga tao, meron itong panglalawigan, pampurok, pribado at pampublikong ospital. Nagtatag ang mga mamamayan ng kabataang barangay, mga brigada, samahang nayon o mga kooperatiba at balikatan sa kaunlaran ng pangunahing layunin ay magkaroon ng pagtutulungan, munting pakikipag-ugnayan at mapanatili ang kalinisan at kagandahan ng kapaligiran. So, sa barangay na lang namin, may schedule kami na tinatawag na IKAP. Ito yung schedule ng paglilinis ng mga kabarangay. So, para nang sa ganun, mapanatili yung kalinisan ng bawat barangay. So, uso pa rin dito, pinapakita pa rin dito yung bayanihan when it comes sa pagpapanatili ng kalinisan.
Alright, tunay nga na malaki na ang pinagbago ng Anao noon magpasa hanggang ngayon sa kasalukuyang panahon. Bawat munisipyo ay binubuo ng iba't ibang mga barangay. Ano ba yung mga barangay na bumubuo sa bayan ng Anao, Sir Jomel?
Ang Anao, Sir Chester, sa kasalukuyan ay itinuturing na 5th class municipality na binubuo ng 18 barangay. Ito ang mga sumusunod. Ang barangay Pagindok, Pantog, Campos, Carmen, Casili, Don Ramon, Hernando, Poblacion, Rizal, San Francisco 1, San Francisco West, San Jose, North, San Jose South, San Juan, San Roque, Santo Domingo, Suarez at ang barangay kung saan nakatira si Ma'am May, ang barangay Sinense, at may kabuang lawak na 2,387 hektarya. Ang mga mamamayan ng Anao ay binubuo ng mga Ilocano, Pangasinense, Tagalog at Kapampangan. Ngunit sila ay kilala sa tawag na Anawenyo, ang katulad nga ng sinabi ko kanina sa inyo. Karamihan sa mga taga-Anaw ay nagsasalita ng Ilocano, subalit bihasa rin sila sa Tagalog, at may 10% ang nagsasalita ng Kapampangan at Pangansinense. Sir Jasper.
Yes, Sir John. Ang konti lamang pala ng mga Kapampangan sa Anaw kasi dahil siguro ay malayo na sila sa Pampanga. Pero dito sa amin sa South Tarlac, halos Kapampangan ang aming sinasalita dahil malapit na nga kami sa Pampanga. Okay. Natutuwa ako dahil napakarami palang mga magagandang impormasyon ang malalaman natin tungkol sa Anaw at naging napakabuo ng ating talakayan ngayon. At dahil yon sa ating mga panelists, napakagaling na panelists na mula sa Anaw na si Ma'am May na Master Teacher 1 ng San Pedro High School at ang Master Teacher 2 ng San Felipe High School na si Sir Jomel. Muli, maraming salamat po Sir Jom at Ma'am May. Okay, so nais kong muling magpakilala. Ako po si Sir Kevin Chazar M. Kurang, AP Leader ng Arangoren Integrated School. Isang kasalaw enthusiast na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng kasaysayang lokal ay daan sa pag-unawa ng nakaraan at pinagmulan. Ito rin ang daan upang ganap na maunawaan ang pambansang kasaysayan na siyang daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Maraming salamat po muli Sir Jom and Ma'am May. Magandang hapon po.
Thank you din po. And good afternoon.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas?